All right, Sanbona, hello, good morning. We'll begin in a few seconds. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the Zeleza Conference. So good morning to the people who are here with us in person and those who are joining us everywhere you are in the world. We are here celebrating a Pan-African intellectual, Professor Paul Tiyambe Zeleza at 70. We're trying to say Ziko Mokwambili to him for his life and a scholarly life. So Ziko Mokwambili once, Ziko Mokwambili twice. So, and I don't know about you, but in my Zulu culture, when there's rain on a great occasion, it's usually considered as a great blessing. Because rain, where rain comes, things grow, things mature. And not only did we have rain once, we had rain twice. So while we were braving ourselves and I was getting wet, I kept thinking, it's a blessed day though. And I'm sure many of us were thinking the same. I'm Dr. Pyoguhle Mnyandu. I'm Assistant Director at the Center for African Studies, and we are glad that we are off to a great start today. We have our speaker who will be giving a keynote address virtually, Funmi Olonisakin, and she will be introduced by Dr. David Mwambari of Leuven University in Belgium. So wherever you are, there he is. Please make your way. And I am just here until Dr. Kamara, who is the chair, comes today because he had an emergency. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting for the video to come on so that I can introduce somebody that you can see. Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to introduce my former boss, my mentor, and just the greatest human being you're ever going to work with. Professor Funmi Olonisakin is the Vice President, International Engagement and Services at the King's College London. She's also a Professor of Security, Leadership and Development at the African Leadership Center in the School of Global Affairs at King's. In her role as Vice President, Professor Olonisakin seeks to facilitate the deployment of King's assets, including knowledge, scholarship, and talent in the service of society, locally, nationally, and internationally, to enable transformative and lasting impact. She is committed to building interdisciplinary and intersectoral collaboration and sustaining equitable partnerships to realize positive and lasting impact within, beyond, and King's. Most importantly, Professor Funmi Olonisakin founded the Africa Leadership Center, both at King's and in Kenya, as a collaboration between King's and University of Nairobi in 2010. The ALC aims to develop a new community of leaders, generating cutting-edge knowledge for peace, security, and development in Africa. Professor O, as we like to call her, has focused on inclusive postgraduate research training at the Africa Leadership Center, combining field building with community building while working with intergenerational research teams to translate knowledge generated into multiple forms of collaborative engagement regionally in Africa and globally. I would not read the whole summary, but you can find it on the King's College website. I'm just going to say that she has previously worked with the United Nations Office of Representative of the Secretary General in New York between 1999 and 2003, and from 2003 until 2013, she was the Director of Conflict Security Development Group at King's College London. She's also a visiting professor at University of Pretoria, where she was honored with an honorary doctorate in 2022. And Professor Olonisakin spends a lot of time around Africa and around the world, mentoring young people, and something she has in common with Professor Zeleza, finding funding so that the ideas they have can really impact people. Professor Funmi Olonisakin, it is my pleasure to welcome you to give your keynote, and then we'll do questions after.
David, thank you very, very much. Thank you so very much. Colleagues, good morning. I hope you can hear me properly. Yes. Thank you so much. Let me begin by paying great tribute. First and foremost, I want to especially apologize that I cannot be there in person. I did everything possible initially to clear my calendar so that I could be there in person, paying this tribute myself to Professor Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. But having said that, it's a real privilege to still have the chance to present this talk virtually. I want to pay tribute all through this talk in so many respects. But the immense honor of being asked to give a keynote at Paul Zeleza's 70th birthday is something that is immensely inspiring to me. And it's something I do not take for granted. Because it's not very often, and I think I can count on my fingers and toes the global Africans, the truly global Africans that have achieved the strings of accomplishments that we have seen throughout his academic, and professional history. I wanted to start with that. And as I reflect on this title, maybe just to be clear again, I don't think I have mentioned this. David probably has the title. The title of this keynote is intentionally framed in this way because of the individual that I'm about to speak about, but also because of the issues of the moment as they affect Africa today. The title is How the Ideator and Translator Travels, reflecting on Paul Tiyambe Zeleza's global Africanness in geopolitically sensitive times. And I would like to at least begin in this way. Let me offer a few thoughts of introduction. In the end, this talk will be in 3 short parts. And the first being this introduction, the second being the fact that with this kind of title that I have given, it is necessary that I make some conceptual clarifications. The rich interdisciplinary work that we have seen and that is evident in the concept note for this conference, and those who have followed Paul Zeleza's works will understand that we're talking about a form of multidisciplinarity, a kind of scholarship and contribution that really, at the end of the day, cuts across different fields of endeavor, whether we're looking within the academic environment or outside it. So what I wish to bring to my talk is a reflection of some of the unspoken aspects in the concept and in the things that we piece together around his works over time, depending on what your flavor of academia is, what your profession is, or what your disciplinary interest is. You will have picked up one thing or the other. You may not have seen the expanse of that work. And so I want to look at this, the deeply embedded aspects, the intellectual, the passion for history, the contribution of his ideas across borders or sites, if you like, of knowledge and practice and across generations. And intentionally, this talk is about leadership and how leadership approaches can travel. It's about knowledge with purpose, whereby knowledge is generated and deployed in service of a larger purpose and with extensive impact, which travels beyond ourselves and our immediate spaces. So the 2 parts are clear for me of my talk. The first, as I said earlier, is to offer conceptual clarification around some of the language I have used in this title. And I think that is necessary because they form the core of the message that I'm trying to convey. There are different notions that I have implied here in this title, and I want to try to express this through leadership, through a leadership studies lens. I will situate these terms in particular ways. The first one is ideation. I've talked about the ideator and the translator and how a person who's both an ideator and a translator, as I say of this individual, how that person travels. So ideation, of course, it sounds like we don't need to, to argue much over what that conveys or what that connotes, because essentially it's about, forming ideas, if you like, forming those ideas from conception. It's about intellectual work. You can say it's about thought leadership. And I want to leave it at that, unless we enter into a debate about this later. But translation has some complexity to it, and I want to untangle some of that complexity. Translation, of course, we would, depending on what discipline we're looking at it from, have different ways. In this most straightforward of ways, this is about languages, translating from one text to another, from one language to another. But you use translation in particular ways in literature. You use it in particular ways if you work in health sciences and in several other spaces. But seen through a leadership lens, translation is about how ideas travel from conception to reality, if you like, from conception to action to practice. It's about how those ideas travel towards changing things. And I'm already moving through, to the language of change now. It's about forms, how it travels through forms of articulation, through mediums or media, if you like, through spaces, and across actors even. It is the process of shifting a thing from one place to another. It is, as I will explain later in short, in leadership terms, it is what turns purpose into meaning. And so one couldn't translate without a measure of travel. You will have to travel across contexts, across physical, disciplinary borders, perhaps even mental borders. But we will travel across sites of learning and of action. So in leadership terms, you cannot talk about ideation and translation without talking about execution. So you have the executors. In everyday life, we're constant interaction, all of us, a constant interaction within ourselves, amongst ourselves, between ideators, translators, and executors. Everyone invariably executes. We all do. But the question really is often about whose ideas we're executing. In the academic world, in the worlds of policy and practice, the most dangerous things we could do to ourselves as a collection of people, as a group, as individuals, is to translate people's ideas with whom we have no, of which we have no understanding, and with whom we have, no affiliation. There's no resonance. But this is an everyday thing. And perhaps 90% of the world are executors of other people's ideas that they may not understand. Many execute ideas that they understand and they agree with. Please bear with me because we're getting to the crux of what I'm trying to convey here. So with this question in mind, it's clear that someone's ideas shaped our worldview. Someone's translations of those ideas changed our world for good or bad, for better or worse. So those who shift the dial or change our worldview or our world as a whole have necessarily been ideators and translators. Executors will shift, will change that world in a moment by virtue of the fact that we have to put something into action. We have to implement something. But those who invariably really, really shape and shift our worlds could not have been, been without ideation or being without translator. In my own life, I always think that ideation without meaningful translation does not travel too far. So now let me go to the question of global Africans or global Africanness, which I have ascribed, now and on other occasions to Professor Paul Zeleza. Invariably, in a sense, one can stay in one's lane. You can stay in your space, whether in your disciplinary space or in the space where you live and work, or in your mental space. You could probably do that and be somewhat successful. But somehow, since we live, in communities, since we operate and take action and other people's actions will impact us, I think the notion of global Africanness at this point in time has to be seen through a more diverse traveling lens. And therefore, as Africans and as global Africans, which is the focus of my conversation here, we serve as conveyors, even conveyor belts. We transport, we communicate Africa, we communicate Africa's essence, its multifarious perspectives and ideas. Africa travels through our lens, whether we move theoretically, geographically, ideologically, psychologically. Africa travels through us. But global African scholars carry the burden of responsibility to convey Africa in particular ways, in sites of struggle where power dynamics matter. Power dynamics and power hierarchies impact Africa a great deal. That burden of responsibility is shouldered through our scholarships, is shouldered through the ideas that we convey in those scholarships, through the translation of those ideas into actionable work in different spaces. And so invariably global Africans, are the conveyor belts through which others come to see and understand and learn more about Africa and interact with Africa directly or indirectly. And for those of us in the diaspora, we're at once owners and beholders of African realities. Even though this is probably the subject of another talk and another conversation, I think it's important to break that down a little bit, and David Mwambari will be familiar with some of this work, because some of this work is around peace studies work that we've done at the African Leadership Center. And this particular question of holders and beholders and owners of peace came about because of a debate in Richard Kaplan's work around measuring peace. Because in the attempt to really look at peace and measure when, and you say, how do you know whether the peace that has been agreed has been achieved if you move beyond the direct impact of violence and get into the whole notion of structural violence and looking at positive dimensions of peace. And when you apply this to Africa, the point we're trying to make in that work is that a real owner of peace is always at the forefront of bearing the burdens of the conflict environment. They rarely leave that forefront. They rarely leave it, I would say, both geographically and psychologically. But a beholder of peace, such as the United Nations, where I once worked, all those who are trying to help, a beholder of peace ultimately is a distant observer of a thing, of that space, even if you passionately want to help in that space. And in a sense, as researchers, we talk about insiders and outsiders. As the diaspora, we're both owners of Africa as well as beholders of Africa, is the point that I'm trying to make here. And I want to leave it at that because I don't want to cross over into larger debates that can take us away from the conversation of the moment. But it is in this context that our constant interrogation of African studies and global studies should be seen. because the two are interwoven. They intermarry in different ways. And scholars who have to help dissect, make sense of these notions, these spaces, help people interact and build bridges with Africa intellectually, practically, have a lot of burden to bear, is the point that I'm making. So to close on these points of conceptual clarification and to explain why go to this extent, whether we're talking about ideation, translation, global Africanness, and why that matters, there's one leadership view that I would like to conclude and leave us with, conclude on and leave us with. Another scholar who has written extensively in leadership studies about questions of leadership and the individual and the impact that we make in life is Manfred Kertz de Vries. And I've read his work for some time now, also worked with him directly. And what has left me with a lot of reflection in the past few years is, the simplicity with which he looks at everyday issues, but also looks at questions of scholarship, impact, practical work, and sums it up as a question of life. And in his book, Quo Vadis, he says the purpose of life and what turns purpose into meaning is to make positive impact. So by engaging in activities that create meaning, each one of us can make a small difference to this world. And I, maybe before Manfred Kertz de Vries, reached this conclusion just through the accident of everyday living. But our role as academics, and it is why I believe strongly that the ivory tower that we were comfortable in for a long time is not one in which Africans can be comfortable, not even global Africans for that matter. And that's why I tried to push the boundaries on questions of knowledge with purpose, because doing brilliant academic work, that's a starting point, but it's meant to be for a purpose. It can be work of passion, but unless, as global Africans, we try to move beyond the immediate disciplinary boundary or the immediate space of academia, it is difficult. It is incredibly difficult to make the kind of shift or the change that we can make through translation. And that brings me to the second part of this talk, which is titled Translating PTZ, translating Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. What do I make of his global Africanness at this moment in time in the world? And I will start with that world. It is a world in which Africa, it's my take on it, so please, people don't have to align themselves with me very quickly in a world in which you can be stopped at airports for the views that you hold and so on. But it's a world in which Africa is much maligned by global power hierarchies and by those who have honed in the skills of translation across a variety of sites of action and practice. You can take the structures, you can take global order today in the ways that it expresses itself. You can take the United Nations, where I worked for just a few short years on some of the most difficult issues of the day then, on the matter of children affected by armed conflict. You can take the structures of global order and look at the power hierarchies within it. The fact that you have a structure in which only 5 countries out of 195 or 194, depending on what you're counting, get to decide when it comes to questions of peace and security, the fate of the rest. Today, perhaps only one does. You could say 2 or 3. You just have to look at the various conflicts around the world and the fact that no longer is the United Nations even the site at which matters of peace, mediation, and conflict, are being discussed, or that Africa has never featured in any great respect in those structures of power, unless they walk through the General Assembly. And that in today's shifting multipolar world, Africa barely gets a look in. And that's what I mean by Africa being much maligned in global power hierarchies, notwithstanding, the brilliant scholarship that lies within Africa's borders. And I mean that, in large terms, not just geographically. It's a world in which the ideation and transformations of translation that are occurring in Africa because of that brilliance, because of that originality, and led by Africans. It's a world in which these rarely see the light of day because of constant cooptation and appropriation. And because the ideas emerging from African sources are so threatening to the present order of power that they must be squashed before they germinate or become translatable in the most visible mediums, let alone become the subject of execution. Because of that, we have to really examine what this opportunity to focus on Paul Tiyambe Zeleza's global Africanness requires. And it requires that we take a closer look at how he has dealt with ideation and translation, even whilst executing. Why we need to look at the spaces and the sites of his translation. So let me, because I know that many of the papers at this conference are already looking at, the various elements, of the disciplines, across the disciplines where he has impacted our thinking, where he has produced work of varying dimensions. Because of that, what I want to do is speak to this in headline terms, but I hope in meaningful terms nonetheless, so that I do not repeat much of what is coming ahead in the rest of this conference. But the point to make is, the points to make are the following. His ideation and translation work has evidence, and you can evidence that not just in higher education spaces, where he has spent a great deal of time producing knowledge, translating ideas, and then you can look at how he's traveled within higher education itself, that he hasn't been contented with sitting in the space of, one where he's a scholar and a scholar alone. He rolls up his sleeves and gets into the administration of higher education itself, and therefore those varying roles that you have seen, in his bio. And that's why he can at once be an academic who produces knowledge, who places that knowledge in strategic places across all forms of media, who publishes, but yet can roll up his sleeves and be vice chancellor and try to affect, when he's not vice chancellor also, higher education policy, and connect with networks of institutions, and connect with philanthropy. And when you've seen the African diaspora scholarships, the research spaces, that's what that is about. So you have seen the travel across disciplinary borders, 10 of which are outlined in the concept for the conference. You've seen how his work has traveled across physical borders, not to name the host of institutions as outlined in the background document that we have, whether it's in Africa, it's parts of Latin America, it's the US, those places where he has physically occupied space. Across professional roles, across sectoral spaces. And with what results? We're seeing the evidence of those legacies in the kinds of things that we have in the conference agenda. But we're seeing it across networks and peers. And I asked myself, as I was reflecting on this whole question of how ideation, how ideators and translators travel, and I asked myself how many Africans, how many global Africans at a senior level could I identify in this way? I excitedly scribbled. As I said, I would count on my fingers and toes. That is challenging when each one of us can only count on our fingers and toes. Of course, we'll come up with hundreds if we did that. But that's a continent of 1.2 billion people are counting. But I'll be very excited to do work around this with whomever is interested, because I would look at Paul Zeleza in one way and look at how he has traveled ideationally and translationally. You could look at the likes of Tade Akin and see where they travel, how they travel, and the kinds of impacts, because the impacts that such people leave behind will be such that you see a cross-generational impact of it. I've done so a little bit of writing on that as well. And I bet you if I was sitting in that conference room, I will see an intergenerational engagement. I will see an intergenerational audience. Some people stay within the disciplinary space, and I'm not saying that everyone has to be, so we can debate what is interdisciplinarity, what is transdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity. The important thing is how we travel, how we cross those spaces. We can't stay within the university space and make a difference, because if Amina Mama is in that room, Feminist Africa can be something, can be the thing you attribute, and it travels across generations in that way. So everyone makes their own area of contributions. And you can go to a Toyin Falola conference and see some of those. But what makes this particular individual special is some of the intentionality that goes into the translation, into the spaces where he has traveled. I've had the privilege, real privilege, of working with Professor Zeleza on the AIE keynote a couple of years ago. And it's amazing how he works. And it's one of the things, I'm looking at the time, I'm going to try to bring this to a conclusion. And how he works is a particular aspect of that translation work. Without any form of ego, to say, let us script our keynote together in this way. And then even says to me, the junior scholar, he writes it, he finishes it, he puts my name first. That is how you travel with a form, with a kind of style that shows that you're building bridges, and it's the bridge building aspect of the translation that is challenging, because in leadership terms, it connotes all sorts of, what will I call it, tensions. And it's the tension about the relational aspect of leadership versus the position power that is intended or that is woven into the spaces that we occupy. It is the basis of power from which we operate. And navigating all of that, when you have to deal across networks and, peer spaces, across generations, across diaspora spaces, it requires a bridge building that makes one a conveyor of African perspectives, Africa's history, African engagement in a way that does not carry with it the baggage of power-driven, of position-driven power, the baggage of ideological mileage that may have even expired a long time ago. So the key lesson as I try to close, for those of us scholars coming behind the Paul Zelezas of this world, is to take these kinds of attributes, attitudes, and behaviors, take them as key lessons, working together across spaces, and from now on, because his generation, which is my generation, is not too far behind, I have to say. My generation is not too far behind. I celebrated my 60th this year, but I'm still far behind. I'm a whole decade behind him. And the challenge for us and those coming after us is to see really that the African condition is not one we can leave to those who are sitting in the realms of politics and everyday policy decision making. It is the business of those involved in thinking, in scholarship, in translating that thinking and scholarship into concrete, meaningful steps and actions that others can begin to build around. And so therefore, it requires that we carefully weave through the necessity of ideation that is married to the intentionality of translation. That intentionality is what I'm underscoring about him as well. But it has to be collective working, from this moment on for the rest of us, through across time and space, in ways that the power dynamics that keep Africa, fixed to the bottom of global power hierarchies, in the hope that those power dynamics can truly shift for good for the continent of Africa. So in essence, it's about knowledge with purpose, and returning to Manfred, that really what makes meaning, it's turning that purpose into meaning, that not just for us, for everyone, such that this is more than the sum of our parts. That is what being an ideator, to my mind, and translator, that travels. That is what that looks like. In the world of Paul Tiyambe Zeleza, in my world too, and I hope in the worlds of many more people. I thank you.
I would like to thank you, Professor. Thank you very much, and thank you for making time across the sea. And we would like to thank our audience for being here and being here on time. So, Professor Olonisakin, may we please give her another round of applause. I wish Howard University, many may not know, we have the largest African language programs by enrollment outside of African countries. So there are larger Zulu, larger Yoruba classes outside of the countries where these languages are domiciled. So we're quite proud of some of these achievements our colleagues here have done. So I wish our Yoruba student was here so they could thank you appropriately. Please, we would like you to bear with us. We have made a slight adjustment to the program. I'll start with the good news. The good news is that lunch will be early by 5 minutes. So that's the good news. So it's no harm done. Right. So the neutral news is we have made the following adjustments to your program. So if you can note this, please. 3 things. It's a curse of a blessing. We're blessed to have so many keynote speakers. So we're going to have another keynote speaker immediately after I speak here. So from 9:45, which is now, to 10:30, we will have Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, who came from far away, a faraway, beautiful country there. And he will be introduced by Professor and Associate Provost Melanie Carter. So secondly, from 10:40, so that means panel 1 Panel 1 will now be from 10:40 to 11:40. Panel 1. Panel 1, 10:40 to 11:40. Panel 2 will now be, there will be a 5 minutes break. Panel 2 will be 11:55 to 1:15. So I'll do it again. So we'll have a professor here with the keynotes between now and 10:30, and from 10:40 to 11:40, there will be panel 1, Women and Workers Movements. Panel 2, 11:55 to 1:15, Development and Economic History, and we will be 5 minutes early for lunch. So over to you, Associate Provost.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's certainly a pleasure to be here with you all this morning and introduce the next speaker. I want to say happy birthday to Dr. Zeleza. It's really an honor to be here, certainly. I've not known Professor Zeleza very long, but certainly when I think about the breadth and depth of his work, I'm certainly in awe. I often, most recently, again, as I indicated, I am the director of the Center for HBCU Research, Leadership, and Policy here at Howard. And recently I interviewed Professor Zeleza and he discussed with me his recent book on re-envisioning the African and American academies. I'm sure I mixed the name up, but again, it was such a pleasure to talk with him about that important topic and really provided some compelling insight that will continue to be fertile soil for exploration and discussion. So again, happy birthday to you. And it is an honor to be here with you this morning and really all week. We started certainly on Tuesday, it's been a long week, with the meeting with the AAP, Michigan State University, and so again, a great way to spend the week. So my task is to introduce our next speaker, and our speaker this morning is Professor Adebayo Olukoshi, who is a researcher and distinguished professor of the Wits School of Governance of the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. I don't know if you can hear me. He completed his first degree in international studies at the Ahmadu Bello University and his doctorate in politics at the University of Leeds. With a long career in the field of international relations, governance, and human rights, he has served as director of the United Nations African Institute for Economic Development and director of the United Nations African Institute for Economic Development and Planning in Dakar, Senegal. And until recently, the head of the Regional Office for Africa and West Asia of the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. He has held numerous positions, roles, and appointments, certainly, including serving as distinguished visiting professor at the University of Johannesburg and Covenant University, director of research at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, research program coordinator at the Nordic Africa Institute, and director of the African Governance Institute. Currently, he holds honorary professorships at the University of Edinburgh, an honorary research associateship at the Nordic Africa Institute, and an honorary senior fellowship at the Center for Democracy and Development. Professor Olukoshi, I'm missing your name, sorry, Olukoshi, I'm sorry. His publications center on the interplay of politics and economics and the development experience. Among his most impactful work are the studies he published on the politics of economic reform, programs promoted by the international financial institutions in Africa during the 1980s into the new millennium. This stream of work aims to contribute fresh thinking to the overall state of governance In Africa, at a time when the process of democratization has come under severe stress and the development experience has been stymied by growing poverty and rising inequality. Perspectives emanating from his work inform global comparative conversations about the imperative of renewing democracy and development. Welcome, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that welcome. I could almost do what somebody did yesterday, which is after listening to Funmi and also some of the panels, particularly I think the panel involving the postgraduate students and what they are taking out of Paul's work. I could almost simplify the task and say I move a motion to adopt. But having come 18 hours or so to be here to celebrate a colleague, a friend, a brother, and I'm glad I'm here, really very glad. Cassandra, the young Chachagi, and others who have been involved in the organization. Being here has provided an opportunity to reconnect with people I haven't seen in quite a long time. Dixon, all the way from Canada, but also pleasant to see Amina Mama this morning as I came in. There's a saying which is attributed to the Chinese, which is that, may you live in interesting times. May you live in interesting times. And I wonder, as I reflected on this, coming here, that as we witness all kinds of dramatic developments around us in the world, most of us say, wow, interesting. At 70, and given all of the trajectories that you have maneuvered through the last 40, 45 years of your active scholarship, I wonder what your own interpretation is of these times, Paul. Because we thought actually, when we began our career, that we were living through interesting times. We were actually very convinced that we were going to be the makers of a new world. Independence may have come before we were born, or we were still too young to understand the full meaning of independence. But it resonated with us, with you as a young person in Malawi, with me, Amina Mama, Dixon, and several others here, as young people who were hopeful that we would be able to build a new set of nations founded on the ideals of Pan-Africanism. And our activism was constructed around that, even before we began to shape our scholarship. So it's been a bit of a difficult task to stand before you today to say, may you live in interesting times. I don't know. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse, but it looks like we are back to the beginning, all over again. And we have to gather our forces, intellectual, political, and otherwise, in order to be able, as Africans, to go through this period, not as victims once again, but as those who successfully make history and are able to bring their own voice to the table. Because if yesterday, during the earlier phases of change that we saw, the world was molded without our direct input, much of what we celebrate as the United Nations was built without us. The Dumbarton Oaks conferences took place without our input. We came into independent nationhood, and amidst all of the hopes that we had, we also soon realized that the task ahead was going to be an extremely difficult one. The generation of scholars before us attempted, and you, Paul, have been one of the biggest inheritors of that generation, attempted to make meaning of the change that was taking place by reconstructing the narrative about Africa, away from the whole idea of a continent that was the heart of darkness to a continent which in fact had been at the heart of the making of human civilization. Because that, after all, was the preoccupation of the first generation of African historians, of the likes of Adebayo, of Bethwell Ugot, and those who constituted the Nationalist School of History, who attempted to rewrite the story of our continent by piecing together information from oral and various sources, archaeological, to tell the stories of ancient kingdoms and empires, of ancient civilizations. And it actually tickled our imagination as young people that on this continent, which was considered to be what Tony Blair called an open sore on the conscience of humanity, there once were empires and great civilizations. Right? That was the contribution of the nationalist historians. I don't know how much of it influenced your choice in studying history, but going through your work, which has been mentioned repeatedly since yesterday, A Modern Economic History of Africa, it was clear that you were also fired by a determination to carry out a task of reconstruction, not simply with the view to regurgitating what had been produced by an earlier generation of nationalist historians, but to transcend in a nuanced way that showed both the promise and the contradictions of a process of transformation that was occurring on the African continent. And I join with others in saying that I do regret, but I'm not yet feeling hopeless that the second volume that was promised will still come. That contribution, which was actually one of your first publications that won global acclaim, it was an award-winning publication coming out of the Codesria Reflections program, was to serve as the basis for our first meeting point within the councils of the Codesria networks that were gathered together through Tandikam Kandawire, Achimafeji, and that group of pioneer African political economists. And I recall that in the context of that meeting, of that series of debates and engagements which we had, organized around various Codesria networks and activities, the world seemed again to be in a period of change and transition. The memories and hopes of the immediate post-independence period were beginning to fade. We came into the Codesria networks at a time when Africa was beginning to move into a period of crisis. And we were very critical. Critical of the fact that the nation-state project that was promised by the nationalist independence movement appeared to be faltering almost on every front. But importantly, and this is the key for me, our criticism did not mean Afro-pessimism. Because around the world, looking at Africa of the 1980s, the narrative was a narrative of pessimism, which, when you look at it retrospectively, actually also constituted a deliberate attempt at disempowerment. When you become so pessimistic about the people and their prospects, and you have the likes of Tony Blair can even afford to call the continent an open sore on the conscience of humanity. The Economist magazine, Africa, the hopeless continent, headline. Various newspapers here in the United States, hopeless Africa. Our criticism of what was going wrong with our context was to be distinguished from the Afro-pessimism of the period. And that is what I think also made your contribution around the debates in African studies, which Funmi reflected on, to be particularly instructive for many of us. You know, there's a saying here that if you have a badly behaved person in the family, you might, in the course of family conversations, call the person a bastard. But at the end of the day, you say, it's our own bastard. It carries an important message. Because in all of the criticism that was organized around the failure of the immediate post-independence project in Africa, never once did I see in Paul or in any of the leading scholars with whom I interacted in the Codesria Network, in the African Association of Political Science and elsewhere, a loss of hope in the continent. Rather, it was always a case of the struggle continues. The struggle continues until we get the kind of Africa that we wish to see. And I make this point largely because by the time these conversations were taking place about the future of Africa, you had, for all kinds of reasons, relocated for your studies, but also for the beginning and flowering of your career to the United States. African studies made outside of Africa was a source of immense irritation to many of us on the African continent. Just take, for example, the methodology of the average Africanist and what Zeleza was to refer to as the making of the academic tourist. Maybe not many people on the continent would have gone so far as to call a lot of those who were the high priests of African studies academic tourists. But when that notion was used, it caught fire, perhaps more than you know, and it began to address questions of power relations in the making of knowledge about the African continent. How you can sit on a beachfront in Banjul or at a five-star hotel swimming pool with a jotter and observe the movements of people and then come back home to write a journal article about what is wrong with Africa was one which, for many of us, was highly problematic. And I think that is what made manufacturing African studies and crisis, perhaps, I would argue, one of the most significant works you produced, Paul. I myself started work around that time, as you know, on issues of economic crisis and structural adjustment on the African state. At a point in time, together with Tandika Mkandawiri, we did a count. How many adjectives had been invented to describe the African state? At that point in time, in the late 1980s, we counted 22. Everybody who wanted to be somebody riding on the back of Africa's problems, usually problems, would find an adjective that would give them that originality that they felt they needed. It's a rat race, isn't it? A race for the tenure, a race for all kinds of things. And what you had in the end was basically a Tower of Babel. The African state, Thomas Kalagi, remember him? Lame Leviathan. African state, omnipresent, hardly omnipotent. The African state, unsteady. The African state as a global Bantustan. All kinds, everybody felt that they could take a go at the continent in a way which did not resonate with those who lived the reality of the continent itself. And it required that interlocutor to be able to draw attention to the fact that the discourses that dominated conversations at African Studies conferences, African Studies Association conferences, and you became their president eventually, African Studies Association conferences, did not actually resonate with conversations that were taking place in other parts of the world. And manufacturing African studies played an important role in exposing, but also in helping us to transcend the limitations. As we came here this morning, working with Dixon AU, I was saying to him that what is left of neo-patrimonialism? What is left of neo-patrimonialism? If you recall, if you were a graduate student in the 90s and you were studying Africa, and you did not have that notion of neo-patrimonialism entered into your thesis in North America and Europe, you probably would not graduate. Because that became the essential characterization of Africa. And it became almost a deus ex machina around the continent. That at a point in time, the question was even asked, I believe, by Tandika, of one of the leading scholars from African studies who came to a conference in Kodesria, that on the basis of your theory, might we conclude that Mr. Nelson Mandela went to prison, not on the basis of any particular convictions or principles, but simply because of the neo-patrimonial dividends that he would reap eventually? Because effectively, it robbed the entirety of the people of Africa of any claim to agency of a kind that would be able to transform life and society on the continent. Why is the economy not working? Neo-patrimonialism. Why is there political instability? Neo-patrimonialism. Why do we have problems of crime and criminality? Neo-patrimonialism. Exactly the same problems that you could identify in other parts of the world, including in the United States, including in Washington, D.C., and elsewhere, but described differently in those contexts and used as instruments and concepts of disempowerment and domination in the African context. And that notion is basically, I think, today exploded, as much by the criticisms that we have levied over time against such concepts, such omnibus, totalizing concepts that basically put everything in one basket, a concept that explains everything under the sun, but which ultimately then does not explain anything meaningful to us. That the chickens, 2 decades after, have come home to roost. And I look at what is going on in many of the European countries and in the United States. I'm waiting for the book on neo-patrimonialism. that book has to be written. That book has to be written. The way in which, essentially, power and politics have been weaponized effectively to undermine social cohesion, of the ways in which inequality and poverty have been deliberately fueled and stoked in order to achieve domination, and the ways in which the military-industrial complex funds conflicts all over the world, including at home, in order to accumulate profit. So that effectively, at the end of the day, you are substantially right that the issues that we deal with may have a commonality to them. But their resonance and the consequences that they carry for development in different parts of the world makes it necessary for us to pay attention to context and an understanding of context, which has been an abiding component in all of your writings around the African experience, is probably, again, for me, one of the most important contributions which you have made to our understanding, not just of Africa, but of the world. If I were teaching political science, Introduction to American Political Science, I would be very much tempted to share a copy of Manufacturing African Studies with my class. Because, of course, a lot of the narrative about nation and state anchored around aspirations and the hopes of what an America would be or could be, but which are denied in an understanding of the context of other people, is exploded before our very eyes, and people do not understand why. There's a groping and a search for an understanding. Is it an aberration? Is Mr. Trump simply something that will go? But the guy won the elections again. 34 felonies. If this happened in Africa, we'll be calling it what? According to some of the scholars whose adjectives I was referring to, it will be described as the criminal state. The African state as a criminal state. There's a book that was written, and the guys actually received plenary attention at an African Studies Association conference to present their thesis on the African state as a criminal state, criminal enterprise. Which is why I think simply removing Africa from the title of Manufacturing African Studies and putting Manufacturing American Studies might begin to teach people to understand that at the end of the day, power, which is not made accountable, eventually degenerates and produces the kinds of outcomes that we see. That you cannot have a situation in which you claim to promote democracy at home and foster authoritarianism abroad. The chickens will come home to roost. And it is what confronts us all over in our attempt to understand what is unraveling before our eyes, what is changing before our eyes. Notions that we have defended, which you have defended, notions of sovereignty that were dismissed. A famous book, Roseburg, if you remember him, said that the whole idea of sovereignty, which Africans always bring to the fore, we want to be independent, where our sovereignty is important, our own capacity to do things according to our own interests count. All of these issues were dismissed at the time. Because the argument of Roseberg and others was that your claim to independence and sovereignty is purely juridical. Your sovereignty only makes meaning at the United Nations. Beyond the confines of the juridical, there is no substance to your sovereignty. I was very amused when the new president was inaugurated, and amongst the items on his agenda was the defense of American sovereignty. The defense of American sovereignty. Our languages have merged. We have suddenly found that actually our concerns are not too different, and that dependency cannot be accepted going forward. Exactly the same kinds of issues that we have also raised over time. I think that is why also a rereading of your book on rethinking Africa's globalization would actually be instructive at this point in time. Because recall that when we started again in the 1990s, part of the argument that was put out was that Africa's underdevelopment could only be fully understood because Africa was not sufficiently globalized. Recall that debate, Paul Collier and others, that we were not sufficiently globalized as a continent. And part of the neoliberal agenda of market reforms and liberalization and privatization was precisely to bring us into the global mainstream. Those of us who argued that you cannot go into a boxing arena for heavyweight champions as a lightweight, bare-chested, and demand that you want to be involved in a contest, and that you would end up simply being plummeted, were dismissed as people who are either Marxists, autarkic, not interested in modernization, and the like. But before our very eyes, even before the current trade wars, we have witnessed a dynamic of de-globalization that has been taking place. What was once celebrated and was going to be force-fed to us as Africans, globalize, globalize, globalize. Suddenly, the champions of globalization begin a process of de-globalization. The excuse, in part, has been the waves of migrations, right? Became the ideological, political cover for de-globalization. At the heart of it was the collapsing competitiveness in the face of the rise and the reemergence of China, of India, and of other actors. Silent reemergence in some cases, loud reemergence in others. But suddenly, domination could no longer be assured. The ideology of globalization had run its course. And we therefore see the foundation that was laid for what we are witnessing today in terms of the trade wars that have been launched, even against the poorest of African countries. Right? Lesotho, Swaziland, all kinds of, 49%, 10%, 20%. And as a consequence, our agenda back at independence that was dismissed as etatist, interventionist, the state overreaching itself, and so on and so forth, is suddenly back to relevance today. That the path to prosperity and to security lies in constructing self-reliance. Wasn't that the slogan of independence? The very idea of independence, so self-reliance. In the haste to pull Africa into globalization, a host of funny ideas were sold to the continent, sometimes successfully. One of them failed. It was on higher education. I mean, I will remember Harare Declaration of 1982, and the idea that the African university had no place. You are not competitive, you are not in the rankings, monuments that cannot be maintained, libraries that are collapsing, curriculum that does not fit the modern world. The World Bank gathered vice chancellors in the Zimbabwean capital in 1982 to sign off the African university and came up with the models, the like models, that showed that it would be cheaper to train an African student at Harvard than to train an African student in Harare. You know, you can always invent models to justify any policy that you want. Well, I don't know, vice chancellors were effectively being told to sign away their jobs. They didn't sign the Harare Declaration. But in other instances on food security, many of our governments did sign, to a point where even on items of basic survival in which we were self-sufficient, in the first 2 decades of independence, by the end of the 1990s, Africa was hopelessly dependent. But the argument, again, using models, was that actually, why bother to produce rice when you can import rice cheaply from Thailand? Why bother to produce wheat when you can get it cheaply from Ukraine and Russia? You can name all of the different commodities that were put on the menu to demonstrate that Africa's idea of self-reliance was passé, and that it was only beneficial, of course, to the neo-patrimonial elite that used tariff walls in the economy in order to enrich a minority. The World Bank in this argument became a champion of the rural poor. Imagine people at 1818 H Street defending the African peasantry and the poor on the argument that it was an urban elite that was basically extracting surplus from the rural population using inefficient tariff instruments and other taxation instruments with adverse consequences to productivity and to welfare of the working poor. I've not yet seen any book of yours, Paul, on food security. You've made references in passing to it, but your books on higher education in Africa have been salutary in many respects, in both defending the idea of the African university, but also challenging university administration on the kinds of changes that are needed in order for Africa to be able to meet its full potentiality. And I hope that, again, in the next few years, you'll be able to gift us with something dedicated to food security questions. Maybe something similar to the works of Kenneth Hermele, who talked about the famished harvest when the World Bank's policies on agriculture began to shift. But it's in a context in which times are changing very rapidly, African lands are being taken. Lands are being taken on a scale you cannot even begin to imagine. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, plus others. Part of the cover nowadays is climate, right? Greenhouse, carbon credits, all kinds of things. Forests are being taken over. Not on lease, outright sale. A process which some have rightly described as a recolonization of the continent. It's a recolonization agenda which does not speak the language of the previous colonial experience. That period was one of civilization. It was not for anything else than to civilize the natives, and efforts were made to civilize us. And assimilation. We still live with the consequences to this day. Today's language of colonization comes in the name of partnership. It is marketed as a win-win outcome in order to assuage global consciences. We shall pollute as much as we can pollute, but we will take over your forest and preserve it for humanity as part of our carbon credit responsibilities. It's as simple as that, and it plays out in different domains, which in a certain sense compelled in me a reflection on your take on Africa in the current conjuncture. And as much as I want to be hopeful, we don't have any choice than to be hopeful about our continent. I also feel that part of the tasks which we have fulfilled in the past of wielding the whip openly is actually required now more than ever before. On account of the fact that amidst all of the changes taking place around us in the world today, we are caught up in a crisis of leadership on the continent. A crisis of leadership that plays itself out in different domains, including in your cherished ideal of Pan-Africanism, that compels us to ask a question again and again. What does it mean to be Pan-African today? Part of the answer to this is the global Africa notion that has gained currency in the last decade or so. Not official Pan-Africanism, sixth region and all of that. There is a movement. There is a movement, a global African movement, probably more powerful in the diaspora than on the continent itself, where people are preoccupied with everyday struggles of livelihood, where people have been beaten into states of poverty and disempowerment that people almost want to surrender without necessarily giving up, but almost want to surrender, which partly explains why most of our democracies on the continent are not functioning. That it is possible to put Paul against somebody who did not finish primary school for an election in your native Malawi, and you will be beaten thoroughly on account of the fact that there is money to be given out by one person, and you are simply talking about ideas of change and transformation. And people will tell you we cannot eat ideas. But all of this is the consequence of a crisis of leadership that has refracted itself into many domains to create, in my view, a major crisis for us on the continent at a time when in fact we need to be grabbing opportunities that present themselves. So in the wake of the scramble that is going on, of the rat race for African resources, of the various challenges that we are confronted with, just look around you and ask how it can be justified that a country will hand over its entire minerals to another country for security. Go back 200, 300, 400 years, and people were handing over territory for trinkets and mirrors. You talked about it. Mirror and trinkets. And they say, take that territory. And they make you sign all kinds of agreements. But worse than that is the silence on the continent. The silence in which there's absolutely no solidarity that is expressed or outrage that is expressed. You are on your own. Where we are today on the continent, most of the countries that find themselves in a difficult situation simply are on their own. What is going on between the United States and South Africa today, not even the African Union has issued a statement. Not even the African Union. It cannot be acceptable that a country for which the entire continent and the world, or peoples of the world, rallied to defeat apartheid, a country that lived true to its founding principles by going to the International Court of Justice, suddenly finds itself put on the spot and called a country of genocidaires. Right? Not a wimp. Not a wimp. It's not the same Africa, Paul. 40 years ago, we would have been on the streets demonstrating as students. We would have been carrying our placards and striking and demanding that the ambassador of the country that is involved should be sent back home. Not in our name, not in our... That's why I think that you still need to write another book on globalization. And of the current conjuncture of what is changing, that we need to reinvent the idea of Pan-Africanism. What Marcus Garvey and others did was great. The sentiments that live in our hearts as Africans, fantastic. But it still does not make sense that the people who are least mobile on their own continent in the world are Africans. It's easier for a French citizen to walk into South Africa and do research than for somebody from Senegal to come to South Africa. And African presidents don't see a problem with it. Absolutely no problem. And that's why I think that the campaign that we have waged over time around the need to rethink Pan-Africanism and to ask hard questions as to whether, in fact, our Pan-Africanism should be a Pan-Africanism of the whole or a Pan-Africanism of the willing, needs to be brought back again. Not everybody will necessarily want to be Pan-African. I think I've come, I'm at peace with that now. There was a time when I would have cried over it. But I understand that for some, unless they see Pan-Africanism in action, working, they are unlikely to join. But those who are willing, those who are ready, those who want to make the move, why don't we encourage them and take that as part of our responsibility? 70 is the new 40. So it means that we can expect many more from the Zeleza stable over the next 40 years. I thank you very much. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. Everyone, please, my colleagues in the committee have said I should tell you that stay calm and carry on. We're going to eat into the time for the next panel because we don't know whether it's the rain or not, but some of the scholars that were supposed to join us in person have had logistical problems. This is so we hope they are okay and safe wherever they are as they try to make their way here. But before that, this means that we do have time. We are blessed, and we're very grateful for your time, Professor. We have 20 minutes between now and 11 to have a Q&A with you. So there is a microphone over here. Please make it a question, not a statement. Respect other people's times. People have come across the ocean, and I will stop you. I really will. So question, no statements. Right? Don't make it bad. Don't make it nasty. I will stop you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your explanation. I was waiting to see whether you would say, of all the problems you're talking about and the realignment of Pan-Africanism, that you would say the Pan-Africanists failed to figure out what is the core mission and goal of Pan-Africanism, and that is to recreate the Pan-African state, Songhai Federation, United States of Africa. That's what all that world is concerned. Until you have that, you're wasting your time.
Professor Olukoshi, thank you very much. I just wanted to, you're pointing out what Chancellor Zeleza wrote about in terms of academic tourism manifests itself in terms of the way science is done. So although you've described how people have done what you said, gone, observed, and written some history, what's just as bad or maybe even worse is something that is called helicopter or parachute research, which I'm sure you're familiar with. That refers to scientists getting information about a particular place, a population, it might be a disease problem, whatever, dropping in, using the local professors or whatever, and then not including them. It's actually, that has been written about in the science magazines, the big ones, as a complaint from Africans and even some Western scholars saying this. So I just wanted to say, thank you for reminding its antecedent that Professor Zeleza gave to us in terms of the term academic tourism. It hasn't ended, and I would argue that that's even worse. We can fix people talking about what they think they saw in the village, but when it comes to things like hard science that may have applications, we need to determine those research programs. We need to say this research does not get done unless we want to do it and unless we are included in doing it, and we want the capacity to do it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished professor. Thank you for that speech. But coming from a distinguished professor makes me even more worried, because if we identify this problem, how do we make it become policy? Because for emerging scholars like myself, we can only write and publish. But for distinguished professors who has access to government, how do we highlight this problem and make governments do it? That is my first question. The second question is, when will African scholarship stop being reactive? Globalization, before we were forced into this extent, China closed its economy for about 50 years, working inwards to make themselves ready, and then they launched to the world. They foresaw the problem, they prepared against it, they were ready, and they came out as a winner. What other problem is scholarship seeing in the future of Africa that we can start guiding against now? Or are we not seeing anything? Because AI, now we're talking about AI. We are just reacting to AI. Yet AI started like 1957, and Africa did not see it. Africa did not develop towards it. Now we are struggling to learn it. I think that's the highest we are doing at the moment. Is Africa scholarship seeing another future ahead? Are we writing about it? Are we proposing intervention about it? Are we preparing our people? Are we preparing our students? Are we preparing our leaders towards it? Thank you.
Good morning, Professor. Thank you so much for your thought-provoking address. I really enjoyed it. I know you listed so many strategies that have been used to hold Africa back, and reasons why our countries cannot realize that self-reliance that was the determination of the independent movement. So in your thoughts, I know they normally say it takes two to tango. So I'm not a scholar in the area, but in my thought, we as Africans must be contributing to the problem. So what, in your opinion, are the best ways to handle ourselves? Because I'm thinking to be successful, first you have to take care of yourself in a way that prepares you to be able to handle strategies that people use to hold you back. So how do we do that as Africans?
Thank you, Professor, and apologize, there's a long list of questions coming your way. But I wanted to raise the issue of of global anti-Black racism. When the Ukrainian war began, a lot of African students were barred from entering the trains and buses that were evacuating students from the Ukraine. And that is just one example of global anti-Black racism. It's a perennial problem. Anywhere in the world that Black people go to, they meet with it. And it's also present on the African continent itself. And I just wanted to ask what your thoughts might be on how it might be mitigated, what a Pan-African, a more modernized Pan-African position might be on that international problem.
Good morning, Professor. Thank you very much for a brilliant analysis. And my short question is, I'm a student of African Studies here at Howard, and Howard and other universities are proud that they have African Studies here. And with Professor Zeleza's text on manufacturing African studies, you somehow criticized the proliferation of African studies abroad, outside the continent. So what's, from your perspective, which structural or institutional arrangements should be there for African studies to be acceptable or to be good outside of the continent? Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, colleagues, for both the questions and the comments. United States of Africa. If this question was put to me 20 years ago, I would have immediately said yes. Maybe with age you become a bit more realistic, pensive. You know, the ideal of African unity and integration is an impeccable one. The Berlin Conference of 1884-85, that partitioned, balkanized Africa, was done for a deliberate purpose, which was to achieve domination. When Kwame Nkrumah and others began to fight for African unity at independence, and for it to be done immediately, independence was won. The resistance which Nkrumah encountered, in my view, represents perhaps the biggest lost opportunity that our continent had experienced. The likes of Walimu Julius Nyerere, I worked with him for 2 years, the last 2 years of his life in Geneva. And Walimu Julius Nyerere said to me at one point that, you know, Kwame Nkrumah was right. Nyerere was one of those who opposed immediate unification of the continent, on the argument that, look, we've just convinced our people that independence should be our goal. It will be too soon to go back to them to begin to explain to the peasantry that now we are going to be part of something called United States of Africa. We are giving up that uhuru in order to achieve something else. So let's consolidate independence first, and then look for functional forms of cooperation through regional economic cooperation, East Africa Community, for example, and then build up from there. It doesn't work. It has not worked. It has not worked. And the way things have evolved over the last 60 years, 65 years since independence, I'm afraid seems to take us even further apart from the possibility of having a United States of Africa in the way it was envisioned at the beginning. There are too many people interested in a fragmented Africa. There are too many forces that are consolidated. It's just fine. In fact, you can break it up more, create more Sudans, break Ethiopia into pieces, break Somalia. How many? There are 4 countries emerging out of Somalia today. Nigeria is a candidate for balkanization, Cameroon, everywhere you look. And it's basically because it allows for those that profit from the continent to achieve the kind of domination that they seek, right? When Gaddafi pushed the case, yeah, okay. When Gaddafi was making the case, I remember at the CERT meeting of the African Union, where the decision was to be taken. Again, it became basically an acrimonious conversation. People saw Gaddafi simply as a joke. You know, he had money to throw around all kinds of projects. Fellow African presidents, I was at the meeting in CERT. Basically say, no, it's Gaddafi, don't worry. They laugh, because it wasn't seen as a serious proposition. He built an entire city, CERT, to say that the African Union could be relocated there so that we start afresh, move from the OAU to the AU. The resolution insert was to then have a technical committee of 7 heads of states: Mbeki, Obasanjo, Wad, Meles Zenawi, Cape Verde, 7, to think through Gaddafi's proposals. And of course, thinking through meant effectively kill it. And since Gaddafi was killed anyway, eventually, that whole idea has died. Colleagues, what I'm trying to say is that the conjuncture in which we find ourselves today necessitates a reimagination of what Pan-Africanism is. Totally. Totally. I gave example of visa. There's one country on the continent today, one country, called Djibouti. There are more foreign troops with bases in Djibouti than there are Djiboutians. Djibouti is on lease to anybody who has a navy to open a naval base. 16,000 Chinese troops are based in Djibouti. The Americans are there. The British are there. The French are there. One of the Emiratis, they are there. If Zeleza sets up a navy that is meaningful, he will be there. It's for sale. It's to the highest bidder. They are not interested in anything. And guess what? The chair of the AU Commission is from Djibouti. So what are we talking about at the end of the day? Why does it become more meaningful for African presidents to go in their numbers to a Russia-Africa summit, Sochi, to a China-Africa summit, Singapore, Africa? But you will never get full attendance at the African Union. People don't come, right? Professor Malete, you remember President Kama? Right. But he was not the worst case, actually. There are people who don't go, and there are those who go, they arrive the morning of the summit, and by lunchtime, they are taking off. Rightly because there's the whole idea that you only go to these things to collect checks, right? You go to Russia, Africa, is to get weapons, to do all kinds of, you go to China, they give you 50 million check, promise to build you a new airport, a new stadium, and all of that. The AU doesn't have, even the AU Commission headquarters is built by the Chinese. Right? So we do have a problem. We need to reimagine in a radical way. And it requires, in my view, being inspired by the Marcus Garveys, the Nkrumas, and the others. They remain inspirational figures for us, but also recognizing that both at home and outside, there are obstacles, and those obstacles have to be tackled. The problem is not really about African citizens sharing solidarity. That's not the issue. I mean, if you look at the reaction to Ibrahim Traore, the captain who is running Burkina Faso, it transcends, it cuts across. Even with all of the problems of Burkina Faso today, there's an instinctive solidarity, even as there are African presidents, and I say this with every sense of responsibility, that are working day and night in collusion with non-African countries to overthrow that government, day and night. It's not fiction. They have troops stationed at the border They have sabotage missions that go in, make the place ungovernable for the young man until that government falls. And then you can install your type of person in the place and call it democracy. So these are the kinds of things that I think we need to really settle down and analyze in a sober way. Say, what does Pan-Africanism mean today in the context of what is going on the continent, but also in the context of the changing world order? The parachute helicopter researchers, you know, as you raised that question, I remembered our friend Jeffrey Herbst. Jeffrey Herbst, as Africanists go in these parts of the world, he's one of the most accomplished, right? He's even been president of university, of some university. Yeah. So Jeffrey Herbst flies to Africa for the first time. And he looks out of the window as the plane is about to land and sees empty spaces. And says, actually, part of the problem of Africa is an excess of population dispersal. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. It's in a book. And it caused so much outrage. Actually, you should read Michael Chege's review of that book, published in the Africa Review of Books, in which he said, I mean, this has to be, it's a very literal interpretation of helicopter and parachute research. But you know, one of the things which many of us who had the fortune of growing within the Codestria networks learned very early was the fact that Tandika used to summarize it by saying that, you know, it's good to be part of networks, and you should, as much as possible, join networks. But be careful not to be the one doing the work and other people are doing the netting. Right? You have to be very careful. And that's exactly what you see a lot of times. You know, you called it native informers, Zeleza. You know, you are reduced, basically, a whole professor is reduced to a native informer by a doctoral student coming from somewhere. And at the end of the day, that student graduates and becomes the authority, quoted by the same professor who did all of the spade work for the research. It's a relationship of power that has to change. And I think, again, through your own example, actually in the notes I prepared for this lecture, I celebrated the fact that part of our fight has been against the high priests of African studies. But also, in the course of your own development and contribution, you have shown that it is possible to have a new type of priesthood. A new type of priesthood in African studies, which is built on a spirit of co-creation, co-construction, of your attempts, which Funmi and others referred to bridge two universes and bring them into conversation, and to do so in ways that will, I hate that concept of win-win, but that will not disempower one party at the expense of, empower one party at the expense of the other. So I have no problem with anybody who wants to do African studies anywhere in the world, to be frank. People do it for different reasons. Some of your own work too, pointing to the origins in area studies. I mean, maybe we need to be reminded, some of the African studies initiatives, what came to be known as African studies here, started as state security operations. Should I spell it out? CIA operations. Right? There was an active investment in also creating people who will reproduce that particular kind of African studies even if they were Africans. So some of the scholarships programs, Paul, that were given to young Africans to come to study was precisely to format them to go back, to reproduce the paradigm. And if you listen to the pioneer beneficiaries of those initiatives, the people, the likes of Peter Anyanyongo, people like Okello Ochuli, people like Michael Chege, it took a while to rebel against, because remember, this was 60s and 70s were actually the decades of American social science. It was the age of behavioralism in American social science. And the behavioral revolution that swept through produced a lot of, cloned a lot of people from around the world, who, however, upon returning home with their doctoral degrees, often were conflicted between the reality they lived and saw and what they were taught. It's a disconnect. I think my best example is Kabiru Kinyanjui. Kabiru Kinyanjui is still alive, retired. He said, you know, he did his PhD in sociology, urban-rural divide, and all of the contradictions and, you know, silos created in understanding society and societal dynamics. And Kabiru Kinyanjui said, you know, on Monday, I'm at University of Nairobi to Friday. On Friday after evening, I take my car, I go to the village. I drive to the village. When I get to the village, I'm a different person. You know? So, what is my identity? Monday to Friday, I'm a suited university professor, Americanized, newly returned, you know, and all of that. And then over the weekend, I'm speaking my native Kamba and obeying all of the rural mores and values that are at play, and all of those things. But in the end, when he wrote his reflective piece, that became actually one of the most powerful sociological statements, he argued that actually that notion, that binary divide between the urban and the rural may make sense elsewhere, but not in Africa. That the reality of the African is a reality of straddling. You straddle two worlds. You are straddling the urban and you are straddling the rural, and all of the implications. And if it means that you live in a state of permanent contradiction, so be it. Living in a state of permanent contradiction is not itself a problem. Isn't that the same notion that another sociologist, Peter Eke, was to subsequently develop into his notion of colonialism and the two publics? It's also what you find in Chinua Achebe's writings, the trilogy. Take the trilogy and reread, and you see the dilemmas and the contradictions, the, you know, tensions and all, that in the end compel Chinua Achebe to argue that the world is like a dancing masquerade. The world is like a dancing masquerade. If you want to understand it, you don't stand on one spot. Just as watching the dance of the masquerade would require you to move with it around the arena, so also you have to be agile and nimble in negotiating the many identities that we carry and the many contradictions that play out between those identities. So I have no problem with people doing African studies. Let them do it. And if we do African studies, which I think, I was Kwame Nkrumah chair. Kwame Nkrumah, when he was opening the Institute of African Studies in Legon, gave a specific charge to the university. Africans don't know each other sufficiently. that question came up yesterday in the conversations. What I read about Malawi for a long time would be what writers publishes about Malawi. It is not what I, on the basis of a clear exchange and interaction, can derive. The stereotypes we have of one another as Africans, you cannot imagine. But all of it is based on constructions that have come from elsewhere and have been passed on to us. And there are many ways in which we can resolve these issues, including what used to happen a lot, mobility. Mobility. The Nigeria of the 80s, 70s that we grew up in, Ahmadu Bello University, where I was, let's say we had 20 lecturers, 20 professors. A good 50% of them were non-Nigerian, coming from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Jamaica. It was a deliberate policy at a point in time. It's gone now. But at a point in time, it was deliberate policy. The student body was the same thing. There was a deliberate attempt to bring in students from the Gambia. We had classmates from Zimbabwe, from South Africa, on government scholarship. And it created an altogether different learning experience for all of us. So if we will do African studies, we have to have good reasons for wanting to do African studies. Not simply because there's a Center for African Studies at Harvard and it makes sense, we've built a university, so let's create a Center for African Studies. But on top of that, in this current conjuncture, more than ever before, it seems to me that we must also begin to study other parts of the world. Why don't we have a Center for Chinese Studies? A Center for American Studies? Well, there's one at Wits. There's one at Wits. I won't comment more than that. But, we need to begin to also study others. The Chinese, I'm told, nobody has seen the document, I haven't seen it, have a 50-year plan for Africa. 50 years. The European Union has a 50-year plan for Africa. That we have seen. But we don't have a plan, even of 5 years for any part of the world. We just go on a day-by-day basis and react on the basis of the limited wisdom of anybody who is in power, who can be impressed by anything that is put their way to sign anything that mortgages our future. I'll round up now. I did my PhD. I went to write a thesis on industrialization in Africa at Leeds University. My supervisor was an extremely nice person who had lived in Zambia. Well, he wasn't really somebody who knew Africa. How many of us write theses on Africa, sometimes on our villages? We come to Wisconsin to write a thesis on a rural northern Nigerian village whose name your supervisor cannot even pronounce very well. And you get a PhD and go back. Now I said to myself that if I were to do a PhD today, rather than industrialization in Africa being studied at Leeds University, Paul, I would prefer to go and study the making of British industrialization and what lessons for Africa. And those are the kinds of things which it seems to me our African studies efforts need to begin to address much more systematically than before. I'll round up now. My final comment, yes. My final comments, we Africans must be contributing to the problem. No, I mean, as somebody who wrote something 2 days ago from Ghana, a popular WhatsApp. He's a journalist. He says, electricity fails in Ghana, Dumso. And the government comes and says, it's we Ghanaians. It's nobody else. It's our fault. Water taps dry up. It's we Ghanaians. All kinds of problems. So, but the issue actually is that we know the Ghanaians who are responsible for this thing. They rob public institutions. We know them. They were in government. We don't name them. Because of fear of naming them, we then say, well, it's all of us. We're all guilty. Well, Bertolt Brecht said, wouldn't it be better in that case if the government dissolved the people and elected another one? Thank you.
Let's give the professor a round of applause. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Professor. You'll be very glad, everyone. Lunch is still at 1:15, but we have decided to put the panel 1 presenter together with panel 2. So that's a decision of our committee here to make it easy for you. And the good news is that you get a break between now and 11:40. I know a lot of you were so good in coming after breakfast. Some of you didn't even have breakfast. So between now and 11:40, you are free to do so. Thank you. that way. Yes, I know. So what's the, I'm still understanding the problem. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for taking time out and for making your way back here on time. We have a very good treat for you today at this panel 2, Development and Economic History. I will leave everything over to the co-chairs. They will introduce themselves and take it away. Over to you, colleagues.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Zeleza Conference. My name is Natalie Frederick Pierre, and I am a proud Howard alumna of the Department of English and History, where I now teach as an assistant professor of African diaspora history. Before we dive into today's second panel, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the impact of Paul Zeleza's scholarship on the African diaspora. In a strident critique of a murky concept known as humanitarian diasporas, Zeleza argues that the creation of new analytic concepts that become, quote, another homage to American intellectual navel-gazing or imperialism is no longer sufficient. Rather, Zeleza begins with the premise that, quote, the diaspora paradigm reconnects Africa to its peoples dispersed around the world and globalizes Africa, repositioning the continent in world history. Africa's repositioning in Zeleza's work expands our cartographic imagination, asking us to wonder about Africa's impact on what he calls colonial Europe, the 7 centuries of North African domination of Iberia, or challenging us to think beyond the Atlantic African diaspora to include older African diasporas in the Mediterranean or Indian Ocean worlds. In my own research on Haitian independence, I am inspired by Dr. Zeleza's reflection on Madiba's passing. He argued that Madiba was one of the few post-colonial African leaders to survive decades behind his leadership. This expanded my imagination around Haitian independence because most of Haiti's early leaders never made it past a decade after independence. So when we're thinking about state crafting across the African diaspora, Zeleza is offering us concepts to return Africa's diasporas to a model that makes sense to Africans all over the world. And with that, I will yield the time to the actual chair of this panel, my colleague, Dr. Ademide Adelucia Adolie.
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning now. My name is Ademide Adelucia Adelie. I'm a new associate professor of history here at Howard University. This morning, we're having a kind of combined version of the panels. We will have a panelist from the Women and Workers Movement panel first, and then we'll go into the rest of the papers from the Development and Economic History panel, and we'll go in order. So our first speaker is Norman Asselmeyer from the University of Oxford, whose paper is titled Transnational Roots of Kenyan's Strike Movement, Railway Construction Workers' Struggle in East Africa. And I would ask that every speaker use 15 minutes because we do have 5 presentations and we'd love to get to Q&A. Thank you. So they're going to cue him up. So he's presenting on Zoom. Oh, they said he was online. Yes. No. Okay. All right then. Excuse me. You're right, ma'am. He will not be able to present this morning. He's no longer on Zoom. So we're going to go straight into the Development and Economic History panel. Our first speaker is Edward Luwanja from the Match Foundation in Malawi. His paper is titled Reimagining Africa's Economic Futures, Engaging with Paul Zeleza's Contributions to Economic History and Development Studies. So folks, remember we have 15, okay, let's say we have 16 minutes now since we have less. Just trying to make sure we stick to the time that we lost. Thank you.
Now, friends, colleagues, esteemed guests, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. It is a distinct honor, and I must confess, a moment of immense personal pride for me as a Malawian to present before you today My name is Edward Luanj, and I serve as a programs coordinator for March Foundation, all the way from the University of Malawi, where the good professor attended his first degree. So 13 or 14 years ago, I first encountered the profound writings of Professor Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. I remember vividly enjoying his literature, always wondering, who is this man who writes so profoundly and communicates so effectively? And now today, I have the incredible privilege of presenting a topic directly in line with this man's seminal works. So Professor, if you're listening, thank you for writing about Cherry and Chola in Smothering Charcoal and for laying such a profound and powerful intellectual foundation for us. So it is with this deep appreciation that I invite you to join me as I dive into reimagining Africa's economic futures, engaging with Paul Tiyambe Zeleza's contributions to economic history and development studies. Yeah, so just as an introduction, you see that Professor is such an profound intellectual figure, and he has profoundly shaped African economic history and development studies. So he has challenged narratives, and his work, as you will see, it consistently challenges dominant, often Eurocentric narratives that obscure African agency and development complexities. So our key focus areas look at deconstructing limiting narratives, analyzing post-colonial development challenges, and reflecting on African economic self-determination, and of course, the enduring relevance of the professor's scholarship, which is vital for navigating Africa's economic future in an interconnected world. So as we contextualize his intellectual legacy, I think much has already been said on his academic journey, but this work draws, or this paper draws on his landmark publications, that is a modern economic history of Africa and the study of Africa, Volume 1. So intellectual influences, you see that his work shows an intellectual lineage connected to Pan-Africanist ideals. You see the works of Kwame Nkrumah and analysis of colonial underdevelopment, Walter Rodney, as well as Ali Maz, who is focused on African identity and globalization. And may you please note that we do not intend to remove the ultimate responsibility for development from the shoulders of Africans. So deconstructing Eurocentric narratives, what does the professor have to say? You see that a central and enduring contribution of Professor Zeleza's scholarship lies in his incisive critique of Eurocentric interpretations that have historically shaped the study of African economic history and development. He challenges the artificial separation of North Africa from the rest of the continent, exposing this division as a product of European imperialist arrogance and racism, and during the 19th century, a racist construct intended to divorce North Africa from the mainstream of African history. So you see that in Africa, there are diverse trajectories written across the continent. And this perspective directly confronts Eurocentric tendencies to marginalize or exclude North Africa from broader African historical narratives, and thereby distorting a historic understanding of the continent's past and present. See that furthermore, Zeleza critically engages with the dominant historical paradigms that have informed the analysis of African economic change and development in the pre-colonial era, the neoclassical, the dependency, and Marxist schools of thought. He argues that these frameworks, often imbued with Eurocentric biases, offer partial and sometimes misleading analysis of African economic realities, perpetuating myths and stereotypes about the African past. So Zeleza contends that scholars within these traditions have often been overeager to impose universalizing models that fail to capture inherent diversity and complexity of the African experience. In contrast to these extremely driven analysis, Zeleza emphasizes the critical importance of internal African dynamics and the agency of African societies in shaping their own economic transformations. He underscores the significance of recognizing the domestic motor of economic change, highlighting innovation that is indigenous, evolution that is indigenous, and internal contradictions as key drivers of historical development. Zeleza's A Modern Economic History of Africa provides concrete illustrations of his challenge to establish narratives, and his deliberate placement of chapters on trade towards the end of the book strategically shifts the analytical focus to production as a primary engine of economic activity in pre-colonial Africa, directly countering prevailing scholarship that often overemphasizes external trade as the primary catalyst for change. Moreover, he critiques simplistic and often pejorative characterizations of African agriculture as uniform and changing or simple or backward, and meticulously detailing the diverse and sophisticated agricultural practices that existed across the continent. Allow me to look at the enduring shadow of colonial legacies on African economies. So Professor Zeleza's analysis extends beyond the pre-colonial era to a profound examination of the enduring impact of colonial structures on the economic development of Africa. He demonstrates how colonial economies were fundamentally designed to serve the interest of the colonizing powers, inherently characterized by being extroverted, export-oriented. You see that all over Africa, monoculture being reliant on narrow range of commodities, sometimes even disarticulated with poorly integrated economic sectors and deeply dependent on external markets, technology, and capital. And this external-oriented and structurally imbalanced economic architecture was fundamentally inimical for the long-term sustainable development of African societies. And the legacies of colonialism manifest in multifaceted ways that continue to shape development challenges across Africa. And the systemic alienation of land for European settlers, the brutal imposition of forced labor regimes, and the strategic prioritization of export-oriented agricultural production are stark examples of colonial policies that inflicted long-lasting detrimental effects on African economies and social structures. And you see that these policies often resulted in the neglect of food production for local consumption. If you check all over Africa, countries are struggling to have their own food produced for their own countries, creating vulnerabilities in food security and the forced integration of African economies into the global capitalist system as being in a subordinate role, primarily as suppliers of raw materials to fuel European industrial growth. You see that all across Africa, we're always exporting things that we import back. We export raw materials and then we import back the very same things just in a finished form. So there've been these enduring shadows of colonial legacy in Africa. Let's navigate the global maze or globalization. So his nuanced perspective says Zeleza acknowledges opportunities that exist in trade, but also significant challenges that are deepening dependence, exacerbating inequalities posed by globalization, and the role of the African diaspora. He recognizes the diaspora's potential as a crucial source of remittances, investment, and knowledge transfer. His critique of neoliberalism and academia, Zeleza critically analyzes how neoliberal globalization impacts African universities and intellectual production. You look at academic capitalism, which can undermine the core values of higher education, challenges which include brain drains, resource scarcity, and the dominance of Western epistemologies that often marginalize African perspective. You see that in higher education. Professor Ngugi one time wrote in his book to say, decolonizing the mind, that Africa needs to decolonize its own education. You see that as a prevalent theme in most of Professor Zeleza's works. So the strategic engagement where African nations must engage strategically with globalization, promoting African agency to avoid perpetuating historical dependence. And then we look at the persistent scourge, inequality and underdevelopment in Africa, where you see that growth versus development. In his work, he highlights the gap between economic growth rates and tangible improvements in the lives of ordinary Africans, arguing that oftentimes growth fails to translate into inclusive development. Historical injustices, his analysis will underscore the profound role of the transatlantic slave trade and European colonialism in shaping deep-seated patterns of underdevelopment, the impact of the structural adjustment programs in the 1980s and 1990s for increasing inequality, reducing social spending, and marginalizing vulnerable populations. So there are contemporary challenges, and he addresses the high rates of unemployment, poverty, particularly among youth, linking them to slow industrialization and the precarious informal sector employment. So there is a call to us today as Africa to take a comprehensive approach. Overcoming these issues requires addressing the historical injustices, challenging the neoliberal policies, promoting inclusive growth, and of course, creating sustainable employment. Now, there is an enduring relevance to Zeleza when we situate his arguments of the past with contemporary debates. Looking at universities as drivers of development, you see that Zeleza emphasizes the role of African universities in generating context-specific knowledge, expertise, and research for sustainable solutions. This is pertinent for achieving sustainable development goals. You see that much of our research, in as much as Africa is conducting research, but what we are saying is that universities should drive research that is based on what the African at the local level is really encountering, not research that is at the topmost Eurocentric in nature. You look at Pan-Africanism and regional integration. His advocacy for Pan-Africanism and deep regional economic integration remains crucial for economic self-reliance and a stronger collective voice. Look at decolonization of knowledge. Zeleza's critique of Eurocentric narratives, it provides a vital basis for decolonizing knowledge and knowledge production, curricula in African institutions that let curricula in African institutions be African even in its nature. So we look at centering African perspectives. His work encourages centering African experiences, indigenous knowledge, and even diverse voices in addressing development challenges. There is aspirational vision, persistent constraints, and looking at critical reflections. So we look up to optimism versus reality. That while Zeleza conveys optimism for self-determination, it's crucial to reflect on the limitations due to deeply entrenched obstacles. Yes, there is a sense of optimism. There is a sense that maybe Africa can advance or Africa can become one. So as we navigate the global maze and as we look at the different arguments that have been put forward, we're saying there are persistent constraints that Africa faces as a continent, and there are reflections that Africa must make. So while Professor Zeleza's work often conveys a strong sense of optimism regarding Africa's inherent potential for achieving meaningful economic determination, it is crucial to engage in a critical reflection of the potential limitations and, of course, inherent tensions that may exist within his analysis, particularly concerning the feasibility of overcoming deeply entrenched obstacles. Zeleza's powerful articulation of African agency and the potential for Pan-African solutions is inspiring, yet the path towards realizing this vision is fraught with significant geopolitical and institutional constraints that his work, while highlighting historical causes, sometimes portrays with a degree of idealism concerning future transformation. Look at the enduring structural legacies of colonialism as discussed by Zeleza. They are not merely historical footnotes, but they continue to manifest in global power imbalance, African nations often operate within an international economic system where terms of trade for primary commodities are even volatile. So global financial institutions are exerting considerable influence, and the dominance of established global economic powers limits room for independent policymaking. So while Zeleza advocates for strategic engagement with globalization, the reality of unequal power relations means that this engagement can easily slip back into patterns of dependence, challenging the realization of genuine self-determination. And furthermore, the institutional weaknesses that Zeleza acknowledges often rooted in colonial administrative structures, coupled with issues like corruption, internal political instability, and capacity deficits. They present formidable barriers to implement transformative economic policies and fostering the regional integration he champions. So his focus on the potential of African universities is vital, but these institutions themselves face significant underfunding, brain drain, and the pressure of global academic trends. So this limits their capacity to fully drive the innovation and knowledge creation needed for racial economic shifts. Therefore, we're saying Zeleza correctly identifies the historical roots of underdevelopment and articulates a compelling vision for an African-led economic future. But the practical implementation faces immense challenges. The gap lies not in the accuracy of his historical diagnosis or the desirability of his goals, but in the profound difficulty of dismantling entrenched global inequalities and strengthening domestic institutions sufficiently to translate the potential for agency into widespread, tangible, and sustained economic self-determination against powerful external forces. Therefore, critical engagement with Zeleza's work necessitates acknowledging this tension between the aspirational power of his vision and the persistence, often overwhelming constraints on the ground. Let me conclude by saying that the significance and enduring contribution of Professor Paul Zeleza to the fields of African economic history and development studies fulfill the objectives that have been set forth. We have analyzed his power critique of Eurocentric narratives that has distorted the understanding of Africa's economic past, highlighting his insistence on the centrality of African agency and internal dynamics. So after exploring the insightful analysis of his post-colonial development challenges and tracing persistent and often unequal dynamics of globalization, we need to confront the pervasive issues of inequality and underdevelopment. And tools for the future, we may say that his advocacy for African agency, decolonization of knowledge, and strategic importance of African institutions provides us with a vital intellectual foundation for reimagining development paradigms centered on African priorities. So his enduring legacy, his scholarship remains profoundly relevant even in contemporary debates on sustainable development and Pan-African economic integration. Thank you, and happy birthday, Professor.
Thank you so much. It turns out we have even more time than we expected. So our next presenter is Gallus Atabongwang, who is at Academia Sinica in Taiwan, or Sinica. His paper is titled Africa, Challenges of Development and AFCFTA. He will be presenting virtually. Oh, fantastic. Very good morning to you. We can't hear you. Oh, there you go. Can you hear us? Please begin. We're waiting for you, sir. Please begin.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Actually, I wasn't hearing you out. My name is Gallows. Let me just try and see if I can display my PowerPoint. I was hoping that the PowerPoint would be shared. Sorry, let me just speak into the PowerPoint. I can't find it. So my name is Gallows, as I said. Please, moderator, should I go out of order? You just have to guide me. I've been jumping from one airport to another. Where I find myself in the world, it's already after midnight. This particular study came out of the interest of an argument that Professor Zeleza made. As we all know, the topic of my presentation is Africa, Challenges of Development and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. So there is an argument that Professor Zeleza made when he argues the sheer size and diversity of African countries make it difficult to map general development patterns and trajectories since independence. He continues, in other words, the way Africa is configured into the global system makes it difficult to develop even after relying on development aid in the past decades. Now, let me try and bring a connection to myself and Prof. Zeleza. I used to work for the Thabo Mbeki African Leadership Institute at the University of South Africa some years back. And Professor Zeleza is actually a household name in Africa. It's a brand. So at some point, we had to receive him as keynote in one of our grandiose events that took place at that time. And from the knowledge that we gained from him through that keynote address, I then developed an interest to begin to start studying and reading some of his work, which I make use even in my thesis. Now, I must say that Professor Zeleza is someone that no one wants to ignore because he's one of the African icons in the academia, in the diaspora. So basically, that's my thought with him. So in this presentation today, I'm just going to, by the way, this particular topic is something that I'm just touching it for the first time. So I'm going to give a brief introduction. I look into conceptual framework, trying to bring two concepts together. Then, of course, literature review, methodology and findings and discussion, and then conclusion, and then recommendation. So We all know that the issues of development are highly contested issues. It's one of the issues that have brought in a lot of debate. You know, while in the Thabo Mbeki African Leadership Institute, my boss, who was a very good boss to me, who hosted Professor Zeleza, also an expert in development studies, and he problematized the notion of development in very interesting ways. And the problematization of development comes from through a mentorship process of one of Africa's best brand, who unfortunately went into glory, by the name of Professor Tandiwe Kandawiri, who at some point argues, as opposed to other arguments that see the issue of or the concept of development as an ambiguous concept. Kandawiri, for example, argues that it's not so much of an ambiguous term as it seems. This then takes me to Thomas, who argues that to be able to shield one from the ambiguity and the non-ambiguity in the concept of development, one just needs to look into it in three lenses in order to when you contemplate it on development. So Thomas argues that development must be perceived as a vision. It must take into account the course of history with the inevitable social change that is responsible for the alteration of a society's human relations and interactions over a period of time. And of course, he argues again that development must be looked at, development must consider looking at intentional efforts that aim at improving agencies, including government, civil societies, private sector towards development. So in passing, what I just want to say is Africa is not only this colleague, Africa is also this. So the objectives of these studies actually is to just simple to find out how diversity, according to the argument of Professor Zeleza, impedes development in Africa post-independence, and also to determine why development aid failed to achieve development in Africa, and to examine the role of Africa continental free trade in fostering development. So in the conceptual framework, in as much as from my keywords, I have striking concepts that appear in these particular studies. I'm just going to create a relationship between development and Africa continental free trade. Now, on the issue of development, as a justification of the concept, I would say that development in this study refers to processes of positive change or progress in politics, economic, and social, including demography and environment. And after, I am going to look into just the protocol on trade and goods, or the protocol on trade in goods and the protocol on trade in services, to be able to bring in a relationship between these protocols and development. Now, on the basis of literature review, yes, a lot of scholars have argued that there is no universally accepted definition of development. However, Kandawiri said part of the reason is because development is multidimensional and a value-loaded concept. He further says, talks about development having a lot of conjuncture, meaning development has issues of incomplete knowledge. On the other hand, Busi Gomede, who used to be a mentee of Kandawiri, presented a couple of biases on not only on the theorization and conceptualization of development, but also the biases links to the way development is perceived, because the logic at some point is that development is premised on Eurocentric perception of how communities for example, and people should evolve. Now, as said earlier, the study again is to look into how diversity impedes development in Africa post-independence to determine why development aid failed to achieve development in Africa, and also to examine the role of AFTA in fostering development. Now, the methodology to look into to achieve the objectives of this study is that the study is adopting a descriptive qualitative method of that involves extensive literature review of secondary data, of public journal articles, on public theses and dissertations from university websites, government publications, book monographs, and other relevant sources. Now, I also use content analysis to analyze the data because content analysis is best, form of analysis here, since it has to do with thematic coding. So in the finding, which I'm just stretching, colleague, because of time issue, is that on my objective 1, diversity and an impediment to development, is to say that despite the fact that ethnic and cultural assortment represent rich cultural heritage in Africa, its diversity has been weaponized to create mistrust among Africans. And we can see how mistrust play itself in the African continent and in terms of in relations to development. One way is that because this study is bringing a relationship between the African continental free trade and development, mistrust made majority of African countries before the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was ratified. Mistrust prevented African countries from trading among themselves. And a lot of scholars and development experts have written extensively on the disadvantage and the loss that Africa incur by attempting to foster trade with the European Union while ignoring intra-African trade, which has a lot of benefits. Now, in the objective 2, failure of development aid to achieve development in Africa, the reason which I will stretch in the full draft is that development aid failed to develop Africa amongst other reasons due to, first, the conditionality that is involved in development aid. We all know that one African problem, one way we can describe, especially Western development aid to Africa, is that it's an analogy whereby you give something with the right hand and you collect it back with the left hand, because we understand how much the conditionalities that are attached to certain development aid instead created an atmosphere of corruption. And of course, when there is corruption has a way of affecting government. At the end of the day, there will be poor governance in the way, the aid is being managed.
Gallus, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
We understand in Africa
Gallus, can you hear me?
There are situations where the problem of resource misallocation has been one of the hindrances of development aid achieving development purposes in Africa. I remember during the COVID-19 in South Africa, we had something that happened. The government had borrowed money, as part of COVID measures to save the people. And at some point, we watched on the news that graveyards were being dug as a response to the number of dead that will occur during the heat of the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, people did not die in response to the number of graveyards that were dug. And then money was also supposed to be paid after a while to cover those graves again. So the issue of resource misallocation, and this money that came, the government of South Africa spent, was actually aid, partly aid and loan that they receive from supranational banks. So basically, this could be one of the issues one could clearly see is an issue of resource misallocation. So on the third objective, the role of AFTA in fostering development. Now, because again, there is a link between development and Africa continental free trade. Here, I try to make an argument that the African continental free trade has potential if it is successfully addressed, has potential to address long-standing barriers of intra-African trade that includes high tariffs and also non-tariff barriers in a market that is fragmented. As African states are fragmented in the context of borders, that's how African market is also fragmented. So the role of AFTA, as I see in this study, is that AFTA can actually foster a development. Actually, through the creation of a single market, trade can increase. The increase of trade can pull in investment, which can increase job creation. At the end of the day, through the job creation, there will definitely be a positive multiplier effect among Africans. To me, in this study, this is what I will consider development. So, as a recommendation,
Gallus, I'm sorry to interrupt
I'm
you.
not sure
Can you hear?
it's a topic that I'm looking for the first time. I'm not, I'm not so well vested yet in literatures on the African continental free trade. The reason I'm saying this as recommendation, I wish that Africa invest more on policies to govern AFTA in a robust and progressive manner. What I'm trying to say is that countries should not look only on their advantage, but let the advantage of everyone be considered. Let the continent be considered as it is a single market. Let it be considered as a single nation. And also, in terms of the regional economic communities, the RECs, which are various economic communities in the African Union, I say that universities must be deeply implicated in all the processes, in things that have to do with the African continental free trade, for the purposes that, for the reason that the African continental free trade from literature has so much potential to provoke or catalyze the development that Africa wants. I thank you. My email is there. I am open for comment, criticisms, and so on. Thank you, moderator.
I'm not sure if you can hear me, but thank you so much, and you received a rousing round of applause. Thank you for joining us at 1 a.m. in Taiwan time. So, thank you. I know. So our final speakers will be Babajide A. Teller, who's a recent PhD graduate of Howard University. So congratulations. And are you both speaking together or separately? Okay, and Mohamedou Hayek, who is also here at Howard University. We've got tons of time, so you leave as much time as you want for Q&A. All right. Do you have a slideshow?
Oh, yes, we do.
Okay, so let's see. This is supposed to help you, or you should say next slide, and they'll change it.
Okay.
Change it for you from here.
Okay. We're waiting for the slides to come. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Babajide Tella, and I'll be presenting today with my colleague from the Department of Political Science here at Howard University, Mustafa Hayek. We're happy to be part of this distinguished conference in honor of the highly revered and respected Professor Zeleza. Thank you for your happy birthday, Prof. Thank you for your intellectual contributions to the advancement of humanity and for promoting the well-being of the African continent and African people around the world. Today, we're presenting on a paper we'll be presenting a paper on a contemporary topic in Africa that affects Africa and which we know we are very passionate about. So our paper is titled The Beautiful Bride, Summit Diplomacy and Africa's Quest for Sustainable Development. In 2007, during a state visit to Senegal, the president of France, Nicolas Sarkozy, during the public address at the University of Dakar, made a statement that the tragedy of Africa is that it hasn't fully entered into history. This statement was widely criticized by scholars, activists, and intellectuals across the globe, expectedly. However, beyond the criticism, this statement is a realization of the fact that African states are not highly rated among the Community of Nations, and this has been the case since independence in 1960s, in the 60s, up until the start of the 21st century. So, however, there is renewed interest in Africa by global powers in the 21st century. This is illustrated by the multiplication of Africa Plus summits, Africa Plus One summits that's been organized by different states, the global powers, France, United States, Russia, China. Now we have Japan, India. All the states, all global countries generally are rushing to organize summits with Africa. And these summits are a continuation of geopolitical rivalry and great power competition in Africa. This is the thought of Soleil, published in 2020. They also demonstrate the increasing interest in Africa by global powers, which Professor Zeleza alluded to in one of his publications. And they raise important questions that our study investigates. Now, the research question guiding this study is how do Africa Plus summits advance the political and economic interests of African states? The study focuses on 4 countries that have embraced the idea of Africa Plus One summits. So we'll be looking at France, Russia, China, and the United States. In selecting our cases, we focus on ideology, basically by selecting 2 liberal democratic countries and 2 communist countries. So my colleague will take it.
So in this part of the presentation, we are inquiring whether France is a partner for life in Africa. So after the decolonization period, France maintained the colonial ties with a lot of African countries, mainly the former French colonies. So this led to what could be called maybe a family reunion, because in 1973, when the summit started, it was a gathering between France and only the French colonies. So that number started to grow in the 3rd summit, when the one that became the most inclusive summit, including Lusophone countries, and eventually it reached like the whole continent. But I have to say, when it started in 1973, this Franco-African summit was both spontaneous and strategic. It was spontaneous because it was a way for France to maintain its influence in Africa, coming from like the decolonization period, the 1960s, where most of Francophone countries gained independence. So it was a way for France to maintain its ties with its former colonies. But it was also strategic, because it was a way for France to be an alternative and to counter Russian influence in Africa. So to this day, there's been 28 summits between France and Africa. Now it is not called Franco-African summits because Africa now is put first, so it's like Africa-France summit, and the last one was in 2021 in Montpellier in France. So as I mentioned earlier, the number grew from 11 being the 11 Francophone countries in 1973 to now reaching most of all of the countries in the continent. So it's an opportunity for business leaders to attend. So members of the civil society, trade unionists both in France and in Africa usually attend these summits. So the discussions during these summits range from economy to security negotiations, security challenges, which are right now hot topics in Africa, considering all that's going on in the Sahel region mainly. So next slide. So the next country that we are interested in is Russia. So we are developing on the Russia-Africa summits, which started in 2019. So Russia's influence in Africa expanded because it was seen as an alternative to capitalism during the Cold War. But at the end of the Cold War, obviously, when the US came out as the winner of the Cold War, Russian influence ended, and even their physical presence in a lot of African countries through the embassies reduced significantly. So, but in the 2010s, with security challenges going on, mainly in Central African Republic with President Touadéra, Russia made its comeback to the continent, providing security, military support to African countries. So that led to holding the first Russia-Africa summit in 2019 in Russia. So far there's been one in 2019 and the other one in 2023. So in terms of the numbers, the first summit was attended by a large number of African countries, 43, but then the second was only attended by 17. So that decline can be explained by the fact that the last one coincided with the invasion of Ukraine, and Ukraine being a top provider of grain to many African countries. So when Russia invaded Ukraine, there was a delegation of African leaders that went to Russia asking President Putin to provide grain through the Black Sea Grain Initiative, but President Putin declined the request. So that is one of the explanations why the number dropped from 43 to only 17 countries attending the second summit. So for now, according to many reports, according actually to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Russia, the next summit is to be held in 2026, and they have plans to hold it in an African country. So the summit is also an opportunity for business leaders in Africa to attend. So it focuses mainly on security challenges, also mainly on military support to African countries. So it's more narrowed compared to, the objectives are more narrow compared to the Francophone summit. So I'll pass it down to Babajide, who will expand on China.
Thank you. So the next country we're interested in is China. The summit between China and African states is referred to as the Forum of Africa-China Cooperation, FOCAC. So China has redefined summit diplomacy by adding color and glamour to the idea of summit diplomacies. The first FOCAC was held in the year 2000 at the start of the 21st century. So while the last summit was only recently held last year in 2024, FOCAC exemplifies China's new policy of aggressive engagement with Africa. While the first FOCAC was attended by over 800 officials from China and 44 African countries, the last FOCAC witnessed like a significant expansion with 51 African head of states in attendance. And 2 presidential representatives, the chairman of the African Union was invited, the Secretary General of the United Nations was also invited. So it shows that progressively the FOCAC has been, is getting bigger and bigger. So in addition to African leaders, China also invites business leaders, members of the private sector, and China focuses principally on trade, economy, and infrastructural developments during Africa Plus summits. China phrases these summits in such a way as is seen as a South-South cooperation rather than a North-South cooperation. So this has made it more attractive to African countries to attend. The other country, the last country we're interested in is the US Africa Summit. It's usually referred to as the US Africa Leaders Summit. The US came late to the party, the summit parties. The US hosted the first Africa-US Leaders Summit in 2017, while the last summit was held in 2022. Initially, initiatives such as the African Growth and Opportunity Hat, AGWA under President Clinton, Power Africa under President Obama, and the episodic security partnerships have failed to make Africa a sustained priority in US foreign policy. The first US African Summit was attended by 50 African leaders, which became the largest event the US ever held with African heads of states and governments. In addition to African leaders, the US invites members of civil society, business leaders, and the private sector. The US Africa Leaders Summit focuses primarily on trade, economy, security, and human rights issues during the summits. However, contemporary US foreign policy appears to promote disengagement, seen in the recent cuts in development assistance to development agencies and countries, and this has intensified Africa's pivot towards alternative partners. So now we'll just do like a brief analysis of some important points that come out of. I'll invite my colleague to.
So the politics of hosting these Africa Plus One summits. So the frequency for the 4 summits, I think the most consistent summit is the FOCAC, which since 2000 has been happening every 3 years. For France, it started being a biannual summit in 1973. Then it moved to being held every 3 years, to being held also later on every year, to now it's very hard to tell because the last one happened in 2021 and the next one is scheduled to happen in 2026. Regarding, for the US, it only occurred twice, in 2019 and then in 2023. So it's hard to tell when the next summit will happen because it's only based on which administration has interest in Africa. And apparently there are administrations that might not know even some of the, what some African countries do, like where Lesotho is, So it's hard to tell. For the chairing of the summit, usually it is the host country and one head of state from Africa. So it is an opportunity to hold bilateral meetings. So usually during the summits, presidents or African presidents meet privately with the Western or Russian or Chinese president to discuss issues pertaining specifically to their countries. Next slide. So the cost of attendance. So as we all know, more than half of the world's 50 poorest countries are in Africa. That doesn't really align with the realities of the summits, because we see that when the US is holding a summit, all the the majority of the head of states come with delegations, and that traveling that they do from Africa to either France or the US or China can be alleviated if it was done all online. And this is something that has been experimented during COVID. Most of the summits and most of the world leaders' gatherings took place online. So that is, and it didn't really prevent the world from evolving. So there's also a huge lack of transparency regarding these summits, because usually the ordinary citizen doesn't know what is involved. So there's the cost is usually not made public, and that is an incentive for leaders to include anyone in their delegation. Next slide. So in our analysis also, we see that the Africa Plus One summits are somehow a perpetuation of dependence. So it contributes to the dependence of Africa on Western powers. These have been happening. In the case of France, for example, it's been happening for several decades, but still, we are still talking about the same issues in Africa. If not, in between, we've had new issues. In the case of China and Russia also, there are other concerns, even though maybe the dependence argument is more brutal when it comes to France. Next slide. So the evidence of double standard, it's true that countries don't have friends, they have interests. So countries that are under military rule are usually excluded from these summits when it's organized by France or by the US. But that is just like when we look at it on the surface level, because during the last summit, Chad was during the last summit, the US last summit, Chad was invited despite being under military rule, and even the military coup was not denounced by US leaders. Whereas Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, Sudan, all these countries that were suspended by the African Union were not invited in these summits. On the other end, when it comes to Russia, Russia really doesn't put a lot of attention into the type of regime that is in place in these countries. I'll pass it on to Babaji for the next.
All right, so another issue that has emerged from this summit is that of implementing the resolutions and decisions reached during the summit. Several promises, while there have been tangible results, such as the gift of the African Union headquarters, several promises made during Africa Plus One summits go unfulfilled. For instance, Russia's promise to triple trade with Africa during the 2019 summit was never fulfilled, and a major challenge in fulfilling, in the US, a major challenge to fulfilling promises made during Africa Plus One summit is the difficulty in securing the approval of Congress, which has the power of the purse. Only a proposal that gets bipartisan support see the light of the day. Also, the pertinent question that has divided opinion is whose interest is being served in this summit. Powerful countries use the summit to showcase their influence, while African countries have secured loans, grants, infrastructural projects, and new businesses during the summit. Also, these countries use the summit to promote their national policies. For instance, the One China policy. I have a table after this that shows the countries that have broken diplomatic ties with Taiwan since the start of FOCAC in 2000. Ultimately, the overarching question is how these summits benefit the ordinary African. Like I said, since 2000, when the first FOCAC held in China, 7 African countries have broken ties with Taiwan, the most recent being Burkina Faso in 2018. The only African country that still maintains diplomatic ties with Taiwan is Eswatini, formerly Swaziland, and this is the only country that was not invited to the last FOCAC in 2024. So finally, to conclude, this study has identified a variety of patterns that powerful external actors have employed in organizing Africa Plus One summits. Global powers have used these summits to further the rivalry among them while also promoting their national interests, such as the one state policy in China that I just discussed. It is therefore clear that these summits do not significantly advance the political and economic interests of Africans, and it's actually a threat to the goal of African integration, as seen in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. This is like a work in progress for us. Future research will focus on the perception of the public on Africa Plus One summits, and to look at how this summits, how summits organized by Japan and Africa, India and Africa, how they differ from those of the traditional global powers that we have looked at. Thank you so much for your attention.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. So we have at least 10 or 15 minutes for questions. So if you have questions, please come forward. Introduce yourself and ask your question.
Thank you very much for this very important topic that you are working on. I do realize that you may need to do more research on this, and that's probably why you didn't talk about the question I'm going to ask. But I'm really interested in trends to see where Africa is leading. And of course, we've got more than 54 countries. So it's difficult to say Africa is leading that direction or this direction. But what's the distribution? Where do people seem to be preferring to, which countries do they seem to be preferring to work with? The two binary ones are obviously the US and China, but then you also have France, and it's likely that the French-speaking countries are more likely to have a relationship with France. Also, what are the ideological implications of these Africa Plus summits? There are many questions associated. Why should African countries be going to China or to France? Why doesn't China and France come to Africa? And also, the notion that African countries are poor, I think, needs revisitation. These countries want to talk to us not because we're poor. If we had nothing to offer them, they wouldn't be interested in us. They want to talk to us because we are wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. Thank you.
We'll take a couple of questions. And our other panelists are also still online if you have questions for them.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So my question has to do with the summits and the fact that we're having these summits, the businesses sector is invited, civil society, etc. Where is higher education in this? Do we think there's a role for higher education to be a part of these summits? And how do we get ourselves on the table in those spaces?
Okay, would you like to answer those questions?
Yeah, thank you for those questions that will help us improve this research. So I'll start with the first one. Regarding the notion of poverty, I think there are many indicators that we can look at. It's not well defined maybe in the presentation, but when we say Africa being at the bottom of the table for the world's poorest countries, we refer to the economic indicators. Not, yes, when we talk about wealth, Africa has the resources. That is why these foreign countries are willing to maintain ties with African countries. That is, I think that is obvious, but we were more referring to these indicators that say that when it comes to maybe basic needs, it is more developed elsewhere than in Africa in terms of health, in terms of in terms of like wages, in terms of a lot of other basic needs. So that's what we meant, and we'll make sure that we define it for it to be clear. The distribution question, before that, like the location, like where summits are held. So for the Francophone, the Africa Friends summits, they alternate between Africa and France. And it's the same for China also. When it happens like in China in 2000, in 2003, it happened in Africa, and then so on and so forth. For the US, as I mentioned, it's early to tell. All we know is both summits so far in 2017 and 2022 happened in the US. And for Russia also, both summits happened in Russia, but the foreign minister mentioned that the next one is planned to happen in Africa. For the Africa France Summit though, there is something new because since 1973, it's been happening only in Francophone countries. But in 2026, it is scheduled to happen in Kenya, an Anglophone country, for the first time. So I think that is something important to mention. Regarding ideologies, what we can say is, like I mentioned in my presentation, those countries that offer maybe a kind of pessimistic view on Africa and Africa-West relations tend to be like, I won't say the favorite guest for Russia, but they tend to go to the Russia-Africa summit. And those countries, I can cite maybe the military regimes like Burkina Faso right now, Niger, Mali, Guinea. They are welcome in Russia, but they are not welcome in the US, under the assumption that they are suspended by the African Union. Yeah, that follows the same pattern also. The US and France being at similar levels when it comes to ideology. On the question about the place of higher education, I can speak about the Africa-France Summit, the last one which took place in 2021 in Montpellier, France. So there was a mission of several months prior that was given to this intellectual Cameroonian, Achille Mbembe, to go to Africa and gather all the questions that members of the civil society, scholars, students might have to improve the relations between France and Africa. And Achille Mbembe, Professor Mbembe, gathered all those questions, and the summit changed, the style of the summit changed. It was not a summit between African presidents and Emmanuel Macron. It was a summit between President Macron and members of the civil society and scholars and students in Africa. So it was an opportunity for them to talk about all these neo-colonial ideas that are going on, and I guess but by that, then decolonizing the education sphere cannot be overseen. So cannot be overseen. So it was an opportunity for students to voice their concerns about the franc CFA, about anything that relates to neocolonialism.
Just to reiterate what he has said. African countries in search of security assistance mostly gravitate towards Russia, especially those in the Sahel. Those in charge of, in search of economic assistance gravitate towards China. And then for the US considers human rights records in inviting countries. Although, as we noted, there is evidence of double standard in this, in terms of those who they invite or not. For the question on higher education, I think he rightly noted that the changing pattern of the France-Africa Summit now tend to include the views of intellectuals in public universities in Africa, which is like a change to what used to take place in the past.
Thank you. We have time for at least one more question.
Maybe it's time for lunch.
Oh, I hear clapping. So thank you to all our panelists for participating, and we appreciate your presentations. Thank you. I think someone's going to make an announcement about lunch, but it's in 5 minutes. Thank you for your attention. Oh, are you coming? Good job, guys.
Thank you again. Thanks to the panelists and the amazing people. And thanks everyone for your attention and for still being here. We really appreciate it. It's going to be that time. I think we're 5 minutes before lunch, so it looks like lunch is even earlier. So I won't waste any of your time, but I will also say this has been such an amazing event. I know Professor Zeleza, I met him, I was a first-year PhD student. And you know, when you go to these conferences, you're always starstruck by the person whose book you read. And so I'd seen him in the back of a book cover, and I saw him, I darted. I said, Professor, how are you? And you always remember how people make you feel when you are just a student and you're unremarkable. And he was so nice to me. And he said, yeah, come, let's take a picture. And I kept that picture. And I say this as an anecdote. To make the point that throughout the course of these 2 days, we've had such a wonderful time about a great person. and a great human being and have explored things beyond the man. It's very easy, though, for small things throughout the course of our, as human beings, to kind of disturb some of the spirit of what we do. So to anyone here, if you were here and maybe you didn't have a pleasant experience with any one person, just know that please forgive us. That person is no longer here, and please, when you write the history of your time at Howard when you came here, you need to write that part on water, and then write the rest of it on brass. So it wasn't us, and they are not us. This is us. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Do you have the list of your panelists? Yes. Okay, so I'm just going to introduce you and the title of the panel and lead it. Sure. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. And I do apologize. I wasn't with you this morning, but the organizing committee continued to do an excellent job, and I'm pleased to be back and be with you. So we are going to move on with the third panel. The title of that panel's presentations is Creative Writing and Digital Humanities and Healing Practices. And the chair of the panel is Dr. Michael Rolfe, who is the chair of the Department of Afro-American Studies here at Howard University. So please help me invite them to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. So pleasure to join you here today in honor of a tremendous scholar and man, Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. I imagine that this panel was in many ways inspired by both his work in short stories and novels, as well as a really important edited volume that he helped to edit called Leisure in Urban Africa some years ago. Part of what was so important about that text was that it was very innovative conceptually, sort of encouraging us to think about how leisure is not something sort of incidental or separate. As well as a really important edited volume. It's like there's some sort of audio challenges, but leisure. The text is important partly because it helps us to theorize leisure as something that's equally important and sort of helps to structure, let's say, labor practices, various kinds of social practices and things like that. It also helps us to think about play and sport as experimental sort of forms that help to build solidarity and shape and reshape social institutions. So I think in this panel on creative writing and digital humanities and healing practices, we'll see writers engage with different facets of Dr. Zeleza's work, besides economic history, as well as his writing and work on leisure, labor, and how the two are intertwined. So with that said, our first paper will be given by Melvin Page from East Tennessee State University, and his talk is entitled A Writer with an Ear, Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. And Melvin will be joining us virtually, so please draw your attention to the screen and join me in welcoming Dr. Page. Dr. Page, can you hear us?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, we're ready for you whenever you're ready to start.
Are we online with each other here, I hope?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I want to say that while academics are seldom able to celebrate sounds like we are struggling a little. Oh, there we go. We are seldom able to spell the achievements of a pupil, especially as both are reaching the advanced stages of their careers. Thus, it's a distinct pleasure to do exactly that in honoring my former student, Paul Tiyambe Zeleza. We're fortunate to have met during the end of what he has come to describe as the golden era for African universities. When I assumed my first academic position at the University of Malawi's Chancellor College, he was one of my students, immersed in the study of both history and English. It seemed to me that he was torn by the close but complicated connections between the two disciplines, and he has long since acknowledged that for him this is a relationship I grapple with in my own personal and professional life as a historian and a creative writer. My own career, such tensions actually occurred much later. Only after my retirement was I too tempted by the freedom of writing, as my former students so aptly put it, not encumbered by the strict discursive structures of the academic enterprise. Nonetheless, my own proclivities as a historian are perhaps clearly evident in my own novel. My novel is titled Distinguished Conduct. My experience gives me some necessary perspective, I believe, in attempting to examine the dimensions of Paul Zeleza, the writer. I make no claims to have carefully studied his entire corpus of work, yet what I know of his career and writing leaves me confident extolling his abilities to incorporate what he hears and learns into consistently extraordinary messaging. I was able to recognize fundamental critical abilities in the young Paul Zeleza, which led me to seek him out along with others among my more engaged pupils, hoping that I might engage all of them in a critical research effort. Excuse me. He acknowledges that connection in the opening of his short story, The Soldier Without an Ear. Many years ago, while I was a student, I did research for one of my history lecturers. He was writing a doctoral thesis and was trying to find out the reaction of the people of the country to the two world wars. Of course, that lecturer he mentions was none other than myself. I wish to involve my students not just in my research, but in exploring the history of their country themselves. I asked a number of students, including Zeleza, to ask questions of some of their friends and neighbors when they went home on vacations. And they filled out questionnaires, returned the questionnaire responses to me, and many of those forms they returned have served as corroborating evidence, not merely in my doctoral dissertation, but in several published articles, as well as subsequent monographs. As far as I'm aware, Zeleza is the only one of them to have drawn on that experience, mentioning it in their own published writing. I have no doubt that my transferred curiosities took Zeleza into the Biwi village of his story, where he encountered his character Baba Fule, inspiring a very believable tale of wartime adventure and assumed consequences. Zeleza's story ends as he almost absent-mindedly asks, "Baba, did you get your ear cut during the wars?" Only then does he discover it was Baba's wife who was responsible. She cut it off one night in my sleep for being unfaithful to her. This unexpected conclusion, of course, carries a potent message. not merely for me, but for other historians as well. We should ascribe too much to the effect these global conflicts had on the lives of individual Africans has been too often some historians. Such healthy skepticism has remained characteristic of Zeleza's thought ever since, and I trust his reminder has helped me consider carefully all that I have written over a long career. And I remain mindful of his caution from the process of co-learning between students and their teachers, which he has astutely described. Zeleza's stories have similar origins, paying close attention to African accounts of their own lives. Certainly his willingness as a writer to pose questions, not just of individuals, but in challenging the very fabric of society as he finds it, is displayed in his fiction. Excuse me. Certainly his masterful novel, Smoldering Charcoal, one which has a sense of historical realism that shows the readers what life in Malawi was like in the past. Zeleza's careful creation, including much more effectively than most other writers, including political scientists, conveyed a troubling reality of Malawi. More than 2 decades ago, I acknowledged this achievement, suggesting Zeleza's novel displayed a descriptive power that only personal experience, his own and that gleaned from others, could provide. I confidently suggested then it was an area where Zeleza outshines his Malawi novelist predecessors. As an author alert to the many problems and conundrums found on the continent, even when I first knew him, it's unsurprising that Zeleza's further study have carried him further from Chancellor College and opened doors into a number of subsequent opportunities. One of those took him to Kenya, where, a little more than a decade after our first contact, we were briefly reunited as colleagues on the history faculty of Kenyatta University, while I was on a short-term faculty exchange program. Ours was a cordial acquaintance rather than a deep friendship during my stay in Kenya. The most significant interactions we had came in departmental seminars, similar academic encounters, where I again saw his eager engagement with others, always attentive, absorbing ideas which he had used to enrich his writing. As he acknowledged in his book, Modern African Economic History, it was extensive conversations with his colleagues at Kenyatta University, and moreover, as he put it, their faith in my ability to undertake a synthesis of such a scope, which led him to complete that endeavor, ultimately winning the prestigious Noma Award for Publishing in Africa. When I learned that a former student had won such an honor, I sought out other examples of his writing, wishing to learn more about the Malawi I first knew and then the Kenya I so briefly encountered. My initial focus had been on Zeleza, the creative writer. I found his fiction especially enlightening, as well as refreshingly punctual, with the awareness of the voices he was hearing. Reassessing Africa's challenges after the new millennium, however, brought me once again to Zeleza, the historian and social scientist. Amid crucial transitions in African life, he remained attuned to African voices, both in the diaspora and on the continent itself. Listening so carefully to those voices, at least in my estimation, sets his analysis of a changing Africa, apart from that of many others. However, our career trajectories began to diverge even as we both assumed official academic leadership positions. His abilities to listen and not only then share the voices he was hearing, which I had observed and seen years before and continued in his fiction, were unaffected. His energetic level of such interaction led to a reincarnation into higher levels of university administration. Maintaining an awareness of the voices all about him as he did so, it helped him in describing a critical bifurcation of African studies in the United States. Excuse me. Pioneered at the historical Black colleges and universities, he explained, and I would notably add, by the way, by Carter G. Woodson at Howard University. That beginning was eclipsed at predominantly white universities. Being an African himself, Zeleza actually brought a further necessary perspective to the field, interjecting a crucial and somewhat personal dimension into the expanding awareness of more comprehensive African studies efforts. While my former student was thus expanding his vision, I was actually narrowing my own. I am proud to say that Howard University played a significant role in my own career, introducing me to African studies as an academic specialization. Thus, I benefited from both the African American and the Euro American tradition in African studies that Zeleza has described. And then only temporarily went on an academic administrative track myself, but soon changed course, seizing an opportunity to focus instead on the more generic process of writing about history, which has become a preoccupation of mine for more than 2 decades now. Yet, as even that excursion began winding down, I too started thinking and writing once more about both Malawi and perhaps more importantly, African studies generally. Given my early emphasis on wartime Africa, where Zeleza first found me, it was perhaps natural I might center some of my later focus on what I called the eras of African military history and its traditions. And I was decrying the usual tripartite periodization of African history, pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial, as unduly privileging an external imperialism as a defining centerpiece of Africa's past. This persistence of what he calls the persistence of the colonial gaze in the periodization of African past had too long dominated the continent's historiography, and this troubled me. While I might wish to suggest my efforts years ago when I hoped to engage Zeleza and his fellow Chancellor College students in listening to the voices of their countrymen and women, recounting meaningful historical experiences, actually, that this might have inspired such a pattern of thought, leading one of them to a career as distinguished as that of Paul Tiyambe Zeleza, I am doubtful is the case. Nonetheless, his ability to be ever aware of the voices all about him, even seeking out dissenting views, has informed Zeleza's writing from his earlier works. Unlike the soldier in his early story, he has not lost an ear. Rather, he has adopted what I might term an ear-to-the-ground approach, which has served him well, not only enriching his writing, but setting a standard for others of us who believe in the value of Africa and its people. And in the process, his achievements have, without any doubt, surpassed my own. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Page. Thank you, audience, as well, for coping with some of our audio challenges. But that was a great paper, very nuanced, and it gives us profound insight into Dr. Zeleza's methodology and sort of trajectory. Our next speaker, Dr. Violet Gumbwa from the University of Malawi, will be presenting a paper, also virtually, and then we'll have several papers by speakers here in person with us. It's called Exploring Post-Colonial Migration and Paul Tiyambe Zeleza's The Joys of Exile.
Thank you so much. When I first when I first saw the call to abstracts, the first literal that came to my mind was smoother charcoal, because that's something I learned in secondary school. And I had to go back to his works and try to find other literary works that I could try to work with. So the collection of short stories, The Joys of Exile, is one of such literary works, where Zeleza focuses on the issue of exile. So The Joys of Exile exemplifies Zeleza's writing of the time of Banda. But this writing could also have been done so because he himself was in exile, and that somehow provided him the freedom to criticize the regime of the time. So Paul Tiyambe Zeleza has argued that exile is exceedingly common in modern Africa, indeed in the world at large, and that so much that it could even be seen as one of the major characteristics of the 20th century. Yet it remains difficult to define as a concept and a condition. So Zeleza's The Joys of Exile exemplifies the realities of most Malawians during the reign of Dr. Hastings Kamuzu Banda. This was a period characterized by political oppression and dictatorship, as most Malawians fled into exile during Banda's reign. The Joys of Exile, focuses on both the metaphorical condition of exile as well as the literal condition of exile. In a way, it transgresses both the physical and spiritual borders. As one of the short stories, Waiting, which explores the life of a spirit child that considers human life as exile. It is thus the aim of this presentation to analyze how Zeleza portrays the issue of migration from the post-colonial point of view in the African context. So this presentation will focus on 4 short stories, namely Waiting, Blood Feuds, School Reunion, and Suspended Dreams. So the aim of the presentation is to analyze how Zeleza portrays the issue of migration from the post-colonial point of view in the African context. Susan P. Mains et al. Have argued that the colonial era facilitated new movements of people around the world, such as slaves and indentured workers from the colonies, as well as settlers, administrators, and adventurers from the colonial center. Later, the post-colonial era brought about movements of people from the formerly colonized peripheries to the colonial center, particularly in the UK, France, and the Netherlands. They also contend that for some time, the primary spatial narrative constructed in most migration literature has been the movement from there to here or from here to there. So most of the focus has been on movement across distance and the difference this has made to the places which people leave behind or come to. However, post-colonial has challenged as it has extended the temporality of the discussion by recognizing the extent to which today's migrations draw on colonial histories. Similarly, Sabella Bobode Abide and Brenda I. Gill have argued that movement within and outside the African continent are rooted in African history. Africa has experienced a lot of human activities and events that have had direct bearings on population movements. From empire to slavery to colonialism and post-colonialism, the African population has been a flow of humanity. Internal migration in Africa is far more significant in numbers and impact than intercontinental migration. In analyzing the joys of exile, Brighton J. Uledi Kamanga says the work is dominated by the experience of human alienation. So Kamanga focuses on alienation and argues that the cosmopolitan detachment stems directly from Zeleza's own status of exile, which is in itself a form of alienation, as it entails his physical separation from Malawi, his original country. He contends that the various forms of human alienation depicted in this collection come through as various states of literal or metaphorical exile in themselves. He argues that human alienation in all its forms is a state of existential exile, as it entails, and individual's metaphorical absence from his natural state being. So the concept of human life as a state of exile from a blissful spiritual experience is a central motive of the joys of exile, and therein lies the irony of the title. The title itself states that this is the joys of exile, and yet there's nothing joyful about the exile depicted in the collection. Exile is a critical issue in Zeleza's short story collection, and stemming from the title, it becomes ironic, as the stories stray far from the joy depicted in the title. There is nothing joyful about exile, as the term denotes. It entails being forcibly driven out of a place or country. In the short story Waiting, the short story explores both the physical and spiritual realm as the spirit fears reincarnation, and it likens human life to exile. He portrays issues of slavery, colonialism, independence, and exile. The protagonist and narrator of the story is a spirit in waiting, who throughout time chooses potential parents who will bring forth its birth. So the narration spans centuries, as this spirit has witnessed slavery, where his first potential father, Abu, is sold to slave traders. Colonialism, where white people, who are referred to as the pink people, invade African countries and carve out territories for themselves. The spirit has also experienced independence, where his latest potential parents are part of the guerrilla warfare against the colonizers. And lastly, migration or exile, as these parents flee to a country in the West. After waiting for slavery to end, it witnesses colonialism. In one of the passages, it says, "I was in the 6th month of the waiting when tragedy struck. Rumors had been circulating for months that the pink people on the coast were moving inland, disposing chiefs and taking over land and giving it to their followers." So when colonialism ends, the spirit identifies a new set of parents who are involved in the fight against a brutish regime, which forces them to flee the country. Human life for this spirit is exile, as it is rooted in violence and chaos. In the short story Blood Feuds, the story tells us of two families in exile in Zimbabwe who long to return home, but are unable to do so because of the political climate of their home country. The short story explores the question of home and what it means to the exile. Zeleza argues that exile and the exile shares kinship with the emigre, expatriate, emigrant, and refugee. Each of these terms has different moral and legal inflections. The exile is usually seen as a victim of banishment, while the expatriate and the immigrant enjoy some choice, and emigrant and refugee are legal statuses. Exile, however, is a rupture often marked by pain and loss. Even if later the perspectives and experiences of exile, in all their tantalizing or terrifying dualities or pluralities, might come to be prized as a source of creativity, a space for new self-refashioning and literary production. So the exile does not really have a choice, but is forced to flee in fear of persecution or execution. As Karine Mardorosian argues, that exile commonly suggested an unwilled expulsion from a nation, such that no return is possible unless it be under the shadow of imprisonment, execution, or some other coercive physical response. While migrant suggested a relatively voluntary departure with the possibility of return. So at the beginning of the short story Blood Feuds, the protagonist, his father, and his father's friend, known as Uncle Pala, all live in Zimbabwe, where they work as miners and are involved in exile politics from back home. The narrator also tells us that his father denies the term an exile and opts for the term migrant workers. So my father and Uncle Pala never regarded themselves as exiles, That term was reserved for the educated elite, nor did they regard themselves as refugees. Refugees were destitute people, mostly women and children, fleeing war and famine. So they thought of themselves as ordinary migrant workers. They had the freedom to go back home, and that is why the term migrant is preferred in this case. And at the same time, the character's association of the term exile with elitism brings about a problem. So most African exiles were intellectuals who criticized regimes mostly through their writings. And Zeleza points out that exile is a prerequisite to the imagination, a preserve of intellectuals. This is how intellectuals like him connected with home, writing by criticizing the very regime that forced him to leave his home country. So the narrator is faced with the nostalgia of home, a home that has been described as a utopia by his father and uncle, only to realize as they return to their home country, that it is not the home he imagined. But there is still this longing for home, both from the narrator and the parents. The experiences of literal exile for both generations are a mixture of emotional loneliness and nostalgia for home on the one hand, and intellectual detachment from the harsh political realities of home on the other. The country the narrator's father and uncle had fought for is faced with a dictatorial regime which warrants civil unrest, such that exile becomes a safe space for them. The idea of returning home becomes distance, such that exile moved the sting of immediacy. Thus, exile, with all its pain, was also a shield. It was a mask behind which they could dream and hide from themselves and avoid taking complete charge of their lives. So herein lies the irony of the title again. As with the pain experienced in exile, the narrator would rather be in exile than return to a country with political unrest. In School Reunion, Zeleza presents the issue of colonialism and dictatorship, where he portrays a missionary school constructed by the white missionaries, which has now been taken over by the government. The same missionaries who are bringing in Christian education are the same ones involved in sexual abuse scandals. So the moral corruption within the clerical establishment, the supposed bastion of moral purity, negates the validity of that very establishment as custodians of religious and social values. So at the heart of these scandals is Father Louis. Father Louis had always wanted to serve in Africa because of its spiritual and material poverty. The first satisfied the missionary zealot in him, and the second, the ascetic. He was not disappointed. Africa was crying out for salvation. So the students are seen as privileged as they have acquired the white man's colonial education. The students were indeed privileged, for they learned the white man's secrets, his language, history, geography, customs, values, conquests, and triumphs. We see a train of migration where the West is coming into Africa, not to develop Africa, but to claim and take hold of the African. Disguised under the pretense of getting rid of Africa's backward and wretched ways, we see that they become the perpetrators themselves. As if their missionaries' abuse towards the students is not enough, these former students are faced with a totalitarian regime that does not want to taint the country's image. So the regime takes over the school. So the Provisional Revolutionary Democratic Council, or the PRDC, as represented in the short story, is a representation of the Malawi Congress Party under Dr. Hastings Kamuzu-Banda's regime. In the same way, the PRDC silences the journalist who's covering this former student's story, is the same way the Banda regime silenced anyone or any organization that tried to publish information the country did not approve of. Longwe, an alumnus of St. Joseph, decides to report on the story of Father Louis's sexual abuse towards the students of St. Joseph, but his plan backfires. Long as plan backfired, he contacted a journalist and on the condition of anonymity, told him the story of Father Louis's sexual abuse of students. After a weekend of interviews by the Soul Brothers, as the notorious special branch agents were called, he relented and disclosed his source. In the short story Suspended Dreams, Zeleza in this short story makes direct references to the Banda regime, thereby criticizing his dictatorial regime, as well as criticizing colonialism and its false pretenses of coming to evangelize Africa. So in Suspended Dreams follows the life of a college student and his friend Makala, who experiences the dictatorial regime's silencing and arrest without trial. He narrates that most of the people on campus, and especially lecturers, are picked up on Fridays, as they are usually told about these pickups on Mondays. Because of this, they have turned to silence because the reasons as to why people are picked up are not clear, so it is better not to talk about it. On Mondays, Friday's pickings would be revealed by the registrar. The news would strike one more nail of fear into our already terrified minds, and the clouds of silence over the university would thicken. So a character known as Dr. Juma, a lecturer at the university, also disappears. So Dr. Juma's disappearance is faced with little reaction because the state allows it. This is similar to the case of intellectuals and lecturers at the University of Malawi, who were victims of the Banda regime and were detained without trial. A good example is Jack Mapanje, who at the time of his arrest was a member of the English department. Mapanje is one of Malawi's leading poets, detained without charge for almost 4 years between September 1987 and May 1991. Zeleza critiques the Banda regime by highlighting how innocent people were detained without trial and were forced to stay in prisons. At the same time, despite living in this metaphorical state of exile, the narrator also finds himself in literal exile at the end of the short story. On the fourth Monday, after we had thrown the letters out of the window, I returned from my uncle's place to find that Makala had been picked up. That week, I did not wait for Friday. Instead, I left the campus immediately, and a couple of days later sneaked out of the country. I never completed my studies, I never had my dance with Grace, and I never heard from Makala again. So as an experienced condition, exile expresses the enduring aftermath of political displacement in people's lives, more generally, and the impact of such displacement on political subjectivity, identity, and mobility in particular. So because of the political climate in his country is hostile, exile becomes a safe option for him, leading to the joy referred in the title, that the joy is somewhere else other than his own country. So lastly, and in conclusion, Zeleza examines the way exile can be a metaphorical concept as well as a literal concept. He examines the way Edward Said's writing of exile is an act of healing, remembering, recreating, and returning to the elusive home of his youth. That words and memory are summoned in all their solemn and slippery power, in a heroic act of physical and psychic courage to give meaning to an extraordinary fragmented life, a life permanently out of place, suspended in perpetual exile, which can similarly be applied to his collection. So human life is portrayed as a state of exile in waiting. Exile is seen as a safe space compared to home in blood feuds, and home is presented as this exilic condition in school reunion, and exile is the only option in Suspended Dreams. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Prof, and I'm honored to have had this opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gumbo. We'll switch gears now to our in-person presentations and hear from Dr. Gerald Rizzo from the Afroterra Cartographic Library, whose talk is entitled The 1619 Diaspora, Placing Eyes at the Source.
So I can begin, Dr. Zeleza. I am so grateful to make this short trip from Boston to meet you today. And I also am grateful to be able to link this material online to any of your global students. As we merge together to take a moment of science and to ground it in humanities. Professor Zeleza has consistently inspired us and inspired a charge to cross the barriers of time and space and retrieve the untold presence of Africa, a continent with the greatest proportion of youth, of languages, and of truly momentous migrations. We approach the pedagogy, this type of pedagogy, by introducing the texture of a cartographic library focused on Africa as a lesson companion. I'm trying to advance the slide. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, it advanced. Yeah. There's a bit of delay on the advance of the slide. Okay. We learned of the Middle Passage as an event, but that place still exists. The purpose now is to open the interior, which has always existed. By 1619, Luanda Sao Paulo, on the coast of Angola, had already become the busiest chattel port ever recorded. And thoroughly documented in the voyage database, listing coastal records of 5 million captives from Central Africa alone, nearly half of the entire Atlantic slave trade. To highlight the case for placement, this Portuguese Fort Massangano, 110 kilometers upstream, is the longest continuous interior depot and thoroughly documented and thoroughly referenced as the focal point for the 20 and odd slaves who were remanded to Jamestown in 1619, marking the advent of a 400-year legacy in the development of North America. In our study of 100 maps during the 100 years before and after 1619, these are the 7 toponyms that gave to the world an awareness of Dongo. We hear names in a swirling rhythm, but what are the eyes doing? Digital access works by gathering the eyes and expanding the immediate senses. Indeed, the sense of connection begins with whereness. From where exactly did the 20 and odd souls reside? The placement is a affirmative piece in the 1619 story. There is ample literature from several historical sources that mention a kingdom of Dongo, but there is so much more in the station and positions of that noble name. It'll take a minute to advance, and we'll have a manuscript to show. In high resolution, we present the three oldest maps on record to bring that space into proximity. Here we can pause together in a rare moment of public reflection. The year is 1645, on site, hand-drawn by a Capuchin missionary. The single word Dongo springs from the page, now realized as an actual inhabited place that existed precisely here. Along the Kwanzaa River, public reflection. "50 years earlier, Filippo Pigafetta had made this first ever published depiction of Central Africa, showing three important features. It identifies Ngaza, later destroyed in a famous mercenary alliance, producing most of the captives negotiated at the time of the 1619 voyage. But the symbol remained on 42% of the maps as a representation of ongoing Dongo resistance, including the upper mark of Mons Quema, or Burnt Rock's position, only appearing in 2% of the maps. But Lago Aqualunda remained the most prominent in 75% of the maps. I was going to go back one, it went two, but there was one additional map which in 1641, the Dutch took control of the region there for a brief 8 years using more advanced cartography. graphically documenting the continued range of Dongo Regis, marked in the rotated font, and also Mons Quema at the top edge. The actual burnt rocks are now photographed here precisely where the site exists at minus 9.6 south and 16.2 degrees east longitude. Next, we used 6 physical marks as exact pins in georeference software to overlay the Dutch map onto modern satellite coordinates. The alignment confirms the triangular location of Dongo between the Kwanza and Lukala rivers, but it finds some other features in error, evident in the burnt rocks in a northerly distortion and the symbolic Lake Aqualunda in a farther easterly distortion, suggesting varied oral renderings for these strategic locations. The symbolic Lake Aqualunda can be re-estimated to a location nearer to 16 degrees longitude using the known hydrologic floodplain. Where we now see a series of hydro dam reservoirs on satellite views. These are located where braided marshes and islands were surveyed during the previous 200 years, plus earlier historical references describing the Kindongo Islands as the defensive position for Dongo. Now, for us, a phenomenal question remains. Why does placement matter? This very act of placement hurls a vector with force and direction. At once, there becomes a capacity, a space to supply context, filled with intersecting paths, origins, migrations, encounters, spanning 400 years and itemized in 10,000 other place names. With a ready tap, every point has surroundings, orbits to take notice of others in history. So next, how does experience happen? The world we know is formed deep within the hippocampus on this functional MRI scan. In recent years, several labs perfected a method to insert thin wires precisely into a single brain cell of animals and humans. This enabled a record of electrical firing while actively roaming on a platform. But surprisingly, the electrical signals were only heard at the moment of specific locations on the roaming grid. With a firm basis in this 2014 Nobel Prize for the discovery of place cells, we know tracing is deeply natural. The observation of terrain becomes a biologic placement directly into the temporal lobe of any curious mind. We also know that eyes can be tracked and paced by technology. Precision oculometry can map the intensity of thought as revealed in eye movements, measuring and tracking each millisecond of time spent on exact spots on a screenscape. As to what is salient, what is ignored, what is automatic, reinforced, or learned. Adding GIS or georeferenced information systems can turn lists into plots and positions as it layers the vital game of matching. Along with OCR, optical character recognition, as a machine that can learn and find a mass of fonts scattered in all directions on an unlimited cache of digitized map sheets. The journey to verify and modify requires repeated comparisons with full access to sort through the historical deceptions. Anyone with a pan and zoom hotspot can now take the full measure of a place. These kinetics are what distinguish spatial activities from other learning methods. The viewers engage at the same time outside the representation and enveloped by it. In conclusion, a proof of concept becomes a call to action. Digital humanities can activate eye movements, register experiences, collaborate disciplines, and finally, achieve outcomes that reach all the way from aptitude to attitude, making a memorable path that thoroughly embodies Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rizzo. Our next speaker, Dr. Kayla Harley, will be giving a paper entitled Laissez-faire and the Age of Transformational Black Travel. Kayla Harley's from the Beebody Marketplace.
Habaragani, good afternoon. There is more than one way to tell a story or to present. So I will begin with a song. Tech is supporting us, so I'm going to be patient with them and let them bring the images up. Two-way, two-way, barima, two-way, two-way. Two-way, two-way, barima, two-way, two-way. Ba fra ba, awa dawa dawa, two-way, two-way. Ba fra ba, awa dawa dawa, two-way, two-way. Hey, barima, two-way, two-way. Hey, barima, two-way, two-way. Hey, barima, two-way, two-way. Yes. Yes. So in the spirit of Ubuntu, I wanted to welcome us in with something synergizing because that's who we are. We are energy, we are spirit, we are dynamic. We can advance to the next slide. So I present to you this afternoon Laissez-faire, the age of transformational African diasporic and or Black travel. And yes, my name is Kayla Harley. Laissez-faire is a French term. It simply means to let the people do. It's also synonymous with being nonchalant or just the essence of being, similar to what Latin America would call que sera, sera. We can advance to the next slide. So today is a celebration of life. Happy birthday to Professor Zeleza. Thank you so much for having me to Howard University Center of African Studies. This is incredible to be here. And, you know, I would say for me, what is so intriguing about Professor Zeleza's work and his writings and his legacy really is the edification of the African peoples, the upliftment of his writing, although scholarly, and his ability to continue to challenge us with the notions that we have decided to be African in essence, in fact, and in truth. Always to be evolving and to being in an ongoing state of becoming. This quote here: "One critical observation of the diaspora's current condition is one of self-conscious identity, which lies in remembering, imagining, and engaging with the original homeland." We advance to the next slide. So now that we know why we're here, I want to tell you a little bit about me. So I am a Pan-Africanist by way of lineage, heritage, culture, my personal interest in spirit, and so on. I am a culturalist. I am a scholar, an educator, a global citizen, a certified somatic healing practitioner, therapist, travel enthusiast, entrepreneur, community builder, dancer, writer, seeker, and preservationist. These are parts of me that I will share with you, but I wanted to share images to begin with. We advance. So why this? Why now? The objective of my submission is the anthropological study which demonstrates how African diaspora travel can be viewed and approached as a means of rest, reprieve, and to address the ever-prevailing mental health and identity crisis plaguing communities of color today. We advance. So, President Vincent said yesterday, Howard University is the Mecca. Welcome to the Mecca. And I would say at one point in the early 19th century, the United States of America was called the land of milk and honey. It was seen as this promised land of hope and opportunity for a bright future. But what we get to realize is that this generation is starting to embrace a more realized truth that although that might have been for our grandparents and parents, our experience is very different. So there are many reasons why persons may travel: for migration, opportunity, and hope. Maybe you're a refugee by way of circumstance or forced. Now this evolution of travel is moving into autonomy, curiosity, interest, intent, and purpose. It could also be that you have an assignment for work, or maybe you've been enlisted by the military. And then I wanted to put this very important one, the unknown, the ethereal, which is a serendipitous approach, not always knowing, but a spiritual calling. Again, it goes back to Zeleza's work about imagining and embodiment and being in the presence of. We advance. Okay, so radical rest and freedom. What we're finding in travel is, as I mentioned, our grandparents and parents had a different guidance, a different North Star. But what they didn't realize is they were also bringing their burdens, their past grievances, struggle, and pain. This is evident in the millennial, because we're now seeing that new parents aren't teaching their children indigenous language. They're not upkeeping with culture as much. They are removed from traditional foods and ways in life of being, just again by way of circumstance, not having that connection. The experience now is of what I call the weight of American imperialist complex, which is simply capitalism, which is simply the pursuit of excellence to the point of exhaustion, which is simply the pursuit of global dominance, which is what the United States is known for doing. As a result, we're experiencing a desensitization of the soul. We're experiencing a separation from the senses. And we're also, there's a shrouding, right? There's a hiding, the hidden of plain truths, which is again, that we are in crises. The mental health state, anxiety, depression, fatigue, grief, and the topic that many of us do not like to address, especially in the Black and African community, suicide, which is starting to affect us as young as ages 11. We advance. Oh, too quick. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, stay right there. So what we are now experiencing through this transformation is, again, a going home, Sankofa, remembering to go forward. These are two pillars, and there are more, but from my experience, that are doing a great job of this in 2025. Lawrence Phillips, the founder of Green Book Global, has an app that can actually monetize and help travelers to monetize their experience by sharing reviews, by sharing places that may not be safe, known as what was originally pulled from the Green Book manual during the Jim Crow era, sundown towns, where Black persons can avoid spaces where they are not welcome and could even potentially be in danger. Another pillar is A Traveling Black Woman, founded by Nadine Duncan, formerly a teacher, now sharing her experiences, inviting others to do so as well as they are traveling throughout the diaspora, whether it's to Tanzania or to Ghana, whether it's to South Africa, whether it's to Barbados or to the Bahamas, whether it's to the Galapagos Islands or wherever travels may take us. There is a space and there is a place as part of what is known as knowledge networks that we now have. So I want to just quickly present to you stats and facts about what the relationship to travel is like. So we've got baby boomers, we've got millennials, and I'm sneaking Gen X in there as well with Gen Z. And we're finding that baby boomers are less likely to travel just for rest and relaxation. They must have a purpose, whether this is for family, bringing home goods, or doing something, while millennials and Gen Z are more likely to travel just because, spontaneously, maybe within a week, just pick up their phone and book a hotel or a flight because they're overwhelmed and they need a getaway. We're finding that Gen Z and millennials are also more likely not to wait for the funds to be there, while baby boomers will wait until their one-time vacation to allocate those funds to get away. We are taking more risks, and we are also prioritizing experiences, I would say both fortunately and unfortunately, over starting families, over building, over acquiring land or a house. However, that is changing through diasporic travel. Talk about that. I'm going to move past this for the sake of time. So the collective interest in travel is what? The collective interest in travel is a number of things. So we're starting to see younger generations tapping into money, greater salaries sooner, earlier, coming out of graduate school, coming out of postdoctorates programming, and they're saying yes to travel. They want to have an experience of what I call the great I am. It's a reclamation of identity. It's a going home. It's a remembering. They want to have a sensory experience. They want to smell the food. They want to hear the music. They want to know that it's 5 a.m. and it's time to rise and start the day because the crow is, right? They want to have an experience. They want their souls to be awakened once again. They want to feel like they are home. And we know we can do this in groups and networks that we have here in the West. However, it's just not the same. I actually just got back from Trinidad and Tobago, and I went for 2 weeks just to rest. Again, this idea of rest and reprieve. Huh? Yeah, I know, right? What kind of rest, right? It's very vibrant. And Tobago. But it's good for the mental health because you're getting that balance that you need of being here and then going and being there. You're also getting a catharsis, a release, spiritual engagement. Again, a chance to just be. We know that the systems are not as fast over there as they are here, so we can really drop in and be present. That's such a gift. Let's see, for the sake of time, let's advance. Oh, I will read this quote. When I was in Africa, my soul was at peace, and my energy was always full of happiness. Housen said, I was able to get rid of my bad anxiety and be able to focus on myself, just being a human being, pulled from Travel Noir. We're also hearing a number of millennials speak on their worthiness, their excitement when they're going to the homeland, knowing that they can afford to live there or afford to invest there. Whereas here, we know what it's like to purchase real estate. It's a challenge. It's a struggle, especially if you're doing it on your own or if your parents were not educated or you do not have access to funding or support. And as we know, programs for funding are being stripped away for reasons of which I'm not going into detail about, but you know. All right, let's advance. Okay, so I want to present this to you all because typically when we think about having a catharsis experience, that's an effeminate thing. Women going on their girls' trip, having fun. But these are clear case in point examples of Black and African diasporic men who are choosing travel for release. Case in point, a young man who is an entrepreneur and works in the ministry, in the green there, went to St. Vincent, and that's his first time experiencing natural mineral water. It was incredible, cleansing his face, cleansing his soul, drinking the water. Above, this is a gentleman who left his corporate job in finance to become a travel guide. He actually was my travel guide, explaining that guava leaves are rich in fiber, and you can use this to alleviate stomach pains. You have a gentleman in the center who is a celebrity. He's a singer-songwriter, and he is doing archery to, again, have that balance. And an older gentleman who lives in New York who is a martial artist and who's demonstrating and sharing his work. Black boy joy. It's just, I know we got men in here, but that's a term. We advance. So my personal interest in travel has a lot to do with purpose. I'm going to breeze through this as best. Advance. All right. So much of my endeavors as a scholar at large are self-funded. I just feel called. Essence is what I take from Grenada. This is a retreat that I curated. I brought whomever wanted to come, men and women. And this was the belly dance. So, more belly for Grenada, more belly for Grenada, more belly drama roll. So we learned the song, we learned the dance, we were able to reclaim identity once again by moving your hips to claim life. vitality, and energy. This is something that someone who's dealing with depression and anxiety would need. We advance. Kenya was innovative, exciting, magical, and full of hope. I spoke with these young people who knew more about technology than me, and they were 7, 12, and 14. This is Mzekobe, a tortoise who reminded me in hard times to be patient, to move slow. Again, a remedy for being overwhelmed. We advance. Jamaica, self-awareness and sovereignty. We know the esteemed Zora Neale Hurston, her writings in I Love Myself When I'm Laughing speaks about her experience with the Maroon tribe in Jamaica, how self-sustained they were, how strong they were. This gentleman did a movement practice with me. He was imprisoned for many years. He taught me stillness, embodying patience and stillness, even though we were in practice together. And then, of course, nature. This tree is ancient. We advance. South Carolina, right here at the Penn Center, I recently partook in the Pan-African Screenwriters Retreat. Many people may not know, but it was this location that Martin Luther King started the I Have a Dream speech. They actually started to build a house for him because he loved retreating there so much. So how much gratifying is that we have a part of him through the Penn Center, and we can do the same thing. We can retreat, travel, and have that clear mind to write and become. We advance. Wrapping up here. Resilience in St. Croix. After Hurricane Maria, myself and the community sent clothing, materials to support their ongoing higher education in dance when they wanted to give up. During COVID, I decided to go and teach a workshop, and I was pleased to see that the students are still indeed continuing their education. We advance. And finally, my personal experience with the catharsis, which is recently. This is in Tobago. An organization called Healing with Horses allowed for me to experience what so many people can actually do. If you're dealing with trauma and things that you've embodied, you can actually ride a horse. So I rode one horse, a full fleet of 9 horses followed for about 3 miles along the beach into town and walked them home. This was all spiritually charged. Never been on a horse before. As you can see, I am not riding with a saddle. However, because as a somatic practitioner, I understand breath work and embodiment. I was able to transfer my understanding and knowing of working with people in therapeutic settings to horses. They're not much different than we are. So finally, what is the global impact of transformational Black travel, diasporic Black travel? It is my personal opinion that we as African people should be the largest stakeholders of land acquisition in Africa. It is my opinion that we should support travel because it increases the family, it increases the likelihood and strength and continuity of the family structure. Right now, we're seeing a decline in persons wanting to start families because of the low morale, because of that lack of African pride and that lack of presence, that feeling of not belonging, uncertainty, and again, fear due to the climate of political climate, I should say. And then finally, I'll wrap up with adventure. We all should feel revitalized through adventure. It does bring about clarity and propels future innovations and ideas. Thank you all so much.
Okay, thank you, audience. We have just a couple more speakers, and we'll ask them in the interest of time to keep their presentations concise. And sadly, we may not have much time for Q&A, but hopefully we can have a conversation after the panel resolves. So our next speaker is Barakisu Isaka. We're presenting alone? Or? Okay. On behalf of a group of researchers, and the paper is Challenging Stereotypes and Building Bridges, Exploring Racial Narratives Between Africans, African Americans, and Caribbean Scholars in the United States and Africa.
The slides. Yeah. I was about to start dancing whilst we await my slides since Kayla sang for us, but the slides are up, so I'll just get right into it. All right, so our research is titled Challenging Stereotypes and Building Bridges, exploring racial narratives between Africans, African Americans, and West Indians. And my co-authors on this paper were Dennis Trotman, Isaac Kalumbu, and Jose Jackson Malete, and both Isaac and Jose are here. All right, next slide. Oh, I need to use this. All right, I'll just go off before the slide comes up. So various scholars specializing in Black and African studies have conducted extensive research, shedding light on the shared history, identities, struggles, and differences of Native Africans and Africans in the diaspora. Africans in the diaspora includes people of African descent who are globally linked through histories of forced displacement, colonization, and resistance. And this includes African Americans, Africans who are back home, Africans who are here or who are out of Africa, as well as people from the West Indies. And West Indians primarily refer to individuals from the Caribbean region, including Jamaicans, people from Trinidad and Guyana, who share a common history of British colonization and English language usage. Due to the shared histories and identities of these individuals, several African scholars and other Black scholars have highlighted the need for these individuals to come together. For instance, Kwame promoted the idea of one people, which includes envisioning a unified identity for Africans, African Americans, and the Caribbean populations. Despite the call for this unified front, there are deeply rooted divisions and stereotypes that persist among these individuals, which mostly prevents them from getting together. Just to mention, stereotypes are socially constructed beliefs that simplify or group individuals into, or generalize individuals, and sometimes it leads to distortion of identities. Next slide. Stereotypes can be implicit, which is people can acquire it right from childhood, or it can also be reinforced through media and education. Several scholars have highlighted the various stereotypes that exist between this group of individuals that I mentioned earlier on. For instance, Adebayo in his study highlighted how Yoruba Nigerians in the US stereotyped African Americans as criminals and unmotivated. Similarly, Chore also found in his study that African students view African Americans as culturally disconnected. There are several studies that have touched on this. However, most of these studies have primarily focused on US college students, and there are few studies that have focused on African professionals, such as professors, and also few studies have engaged in dialogues between the three groups. Hence, the purpose of this research, next slide, the purpose of this research was to bridge that gap by examining how historical, cultural, and media influences shape mutual stereotypes among these groups, also identify the causes of these stereotypes, and most importantly, identify solutions, because from previous studies, we realized most studies just focus on identifying the problems without identifying solutions. Next slide. All right, so we looked at certain parts of this study, mostly the effect through the social identity theory. The social identity theory posits that people aim to derive self-esteem after comparing their in-group with other out-groups. Now, in the process of the comparison, if there's a negative attribution to one's group, it's more likely to lead to an identity threat. So for our study, we looked at how some of these stereotypes can lead to identity threats. So that was the reason why we looked at this through this theoretical lens. All right, next slide, please. So based on the theory and the purpose of our research, we came up with these 4 research questions. The first being identifying the perceptions that each of these groups have about each other, identifying the root causes, and identifying the effect, and finally, identifying the solutions. Next slide, please. So we utilized a methodological approach called the communicative methodology approach. So as opposed to conducting, let's say, in-depth interviews or focus group interviews, we decided to use a dialogue approach. And the communicative methodology approach focuses on dialogue. So it highlights the direct participation of the people involved. So this is where you are interviewing the people that you are studying. It also moves from identifying problems to solving problems during the research process. With this, this study included college professors and professionals, and it's included 5 facilitated Zoom dialogues. Next slide, please. So we conducted a thematic analysis for this process, and I'm not going to go into details with that, so we can move to the next slide. So based on our thematic, next slide, please. All right, so based on our thematic analysis, our first research questions was focused on identifying the perceptions that African Americans, Africans, and West Indians have about each other. And we identified 2 main overarching themes that had various sub-themes under it. And the first one was negative stereotypes. So just like previous studies reported, we realized that these individuals had negative stereotypes about each group. And some of the sub-themes that we identified under the negative stereotypes was lazy, criminals, relationship difficulties, scam and deception, unpleasant odors, superiority feeling, poverty and punctuality, spirituality, colorism, and skin color stereotypes. Now, each of these sub-themes are related to different groups. Some were for maybe more than one group, but each are related to different groups. But for the sake of time, I can't go through which ones are related, but I'll just highlight some of the quotes that would kind of give you an idea of which of those sub-themes were referring to which group. So some of the quotes that we identified or that came up from the participants were, I have heard that African Americans are too lazy to take care of their children. So this pertains to the stereotype that these other groups have about African Americans, that they are lazy. The other one was African Americans are violent and things. I remember my first trip to the US. I was about 20 and I visited a friend who was studying in St. Louis. And we went to this shopping mall. There were a lot of African Americans, and I felt really unsafe. And this person is highlighting that this is due to the negative stereotype that they have or they've learned about this group, that they are violent. The second one says, if I'm looking for a school for my child, I sometimes feel more comfortable if there are more white people in the school than Black people because of the history that Black schools were poorly resourced and had bad teachers. Some of the other quotes, especially these quotes, pertains to how African Americans view Africans and other Blacks. One of the stereotypes that I've heard about Blacks from other parts of the world is that two things. One, they are shady, and that means that they are trying to scam you or trick you into something. Even now, I get emails from a Nigerian prince that needs to transfer 56 million or something. So this pertains to stereotypes of seeing Africans as scammers and some of those other stereotypes that we all hear, either from the media or elsewhere. Someone said they smell funny. This was very surprising to me, but anyway. Someone said they smell funny. These are things I have heard and experienced in my life. Another person also mentioned that when I was in college, I went to a small liberal arts school, and there were 12 Black students, including 8 Africans. I have always been proud of my African heritage, but I got the impression that African students thought they were better. So this has to do with the issue of superiority, where African Americans and other Blacks perceive Africans from back home as people who think they are superior to other Blacks. Then this other quote says, I've heard that Haitians are demonic worshippers through voodoo. So this has to do with stereotypes that persist with West Indians or people from the West Indies. And there's one other quote that also relates to people from the West Indies, says that I heard on the issue of skin color, it's being viewed in Jamaica as a benefit. All right, so next slide. However, despite the negative stereotypes that came up during the dialogues among these groups, there were also some positive stereotypes. So these individuals also have positive stereotypes about various groups. So some of the positive stereotypes that came up in relation to African Americans were innovators, cultural icons, where Africans, as well as people from the West Indies, believe that African Americans contributed to a lot of innovations in the US. The other positive stereotypes that came up pertaining to Africans was that they are hospitable and collaborative, and with West Indians, they are friendly and connected to their roots. So just to highlight one quote for the sake of time, one person said, just to add to knowledge as well, is when I learned about all the interventions in this country that make life quite comfortable. That meant, from everything from the gas masks to the traffic lights and many more, that they came from African Americans. So those are some of the positive stereotypes that people know. Now we decided to look at what are the root causes of these stereotypes. Where are people learning these negative and positive stereotypes about each other from? And the first thing that came up, or one of the overarching themes, was media influence. So here people highlighted how these the portrayals by the media, what they see in the TV and the news contribute to some of what they know about these various groups. The other one had to do with institutional indoctrination, where some of the individuals highlighted how the institutions actually teach people some of these negative stereotypes. So just to mention some quotes pertaining to this, someone says, these are some of the terms that I've heard or seen on TV. I think is the media. The media is the most important role that had to play with some of these stereotypes. Someone says, what I knew about Africa was really from the media and in my textbook. As related to the institutional and indoctrination, someone says, I believe we bring a lot of baggage to transdiasporic encounters, and the baggage is made up of centuries-long indoctrination from our home countries and communities, attitudes and beliefs about diasporic ideas that emanate from colonial and anti-Black hegemonic institutions that we've all come through. So this highlights how people believe these stereotypes emerge from institutional indoctrination. Now we decided to look at the effects of some of these stereotypes, so holding either negative or positive stereotypes about a particular group of individuals. What are some of the effects? And the most important thing that came up was lack of engagement with each other. Next slide. Was lack of engagement with each other. So here, a lot of them, all three groups, I highlighted how they stay away from each other and do not engage with each other because of these stereotypes that they have about each other. So just to highlight some quotes, one participant said, and I remember my sophomore year going up to one of the young ladies, and it turned out she thought the same thing, that we thought we were better. These were stereotypes that were really designed to keep us apart, to separate us. Another person says, some of them told me at that time they had been warned by their families, and that when they came to the US, the Black folks to stay away from the Black folks. Someone also says, I have also seen that students come and try to move away from being seen as just as a Black person. And one of the factors that has to do with identity threats, the theory highlights that when individuals are faced with identity threats, they develop a coping mechanism. And one of the coping mechanisms they develop is to disassociate themselves from the in-group. So this is something that we are seeing in this instance, where people would not want to associate with other Blacks because of the negatives that are attached to them. Again, the main focus of this study and the additional factor that this study adds to existing literature is providing solutions. So although we highlighted the problems, the root causes and the effects, we also asked participants to offer solutions that can help fix these issues of both media stereotypes as well as stereotypes that are learned from other sources. And the first theme under this was education and awareness. Next slide, please. Was education and awareness. We also had cultural understanding. We had racial healing and unity. And we also had encouraging dialogue. So just to highlight some quotes under this as well, a participant highlighted, a part of my career is really dedicated to dismantling stereotypical perspectives. So this focuses on the issue of education and also creating awareness. As regards to the issue of cultural understanding or cultural exchange, someone highlighted that beyond the academic, we should capitalize on personal relationships by visiting people, going to churches, barbecuing together, doing it openly. They also highlighted that that can create a space for cross-cultural truth-telling. So creating spaces where, such as this dialogue that happened between the professionals, where people can share their truth and learn from each other. So just to conclude, our research found that stereotypes are indeed sustained by media portrayals, and also colonial narratives and institutional indoctrination contributes to that. We also saw that, as found by previous literature, there are indeed negative stereotypes that persist amongst these groups. However, our research added that there are also positive stereotypes that these groups have about each other. These misperceptions contribute to social identity threats, and that can discourage cross-group solidarity, where we saw that people would not like to engage with each other. Some of the practical aspect that we would highlight from our study is that beyond critiquing harmful portrayals, we must create and amplify our own stories. So it's easier to say, because the media contribute to these negative stereotypes, we are going to critique the media, but how are we contributing to putting our own positive aspect of our stories on these media platforms? We should also promote inclusive education. That's how we can get to learn about each other in a more accurate and positive way. Encourage intergroup dialogue and healing circles in both community and academic spaces. So thank you.
We'll next hear from our very own Dr. Mcia Clark, Hip Hop Studies and the Decolonization of African Studies.
Do I have a clicker, or? Is there a clicker I should have, or is it? Okay, try what now? I see nothing. Is there something? Is there like a?
Oh, okay.
Okay. So maybe I can just, I don't have a lot of slides, so I can just tell them if that works. So I do want to start by saying, yesterday was a really full circle moment for me, seeing our first and second year African Studies students speak on this stage, because it kind of took me back to when I was a second year student in the African Studies department and went to the 2002 Codesria General Assembly in Kampala, where I first met Dr. Zeleza. So I was a second year student in the program, coming here after getting my MA at American University, where one class taught us that there was no real African feminist movement, didn't exist. The other class taught us that yes, there's an African intelligentsia, but they all live outside of Africa. So landing in Kampala and like literally seeing the giants in the field, people whose work I didn't know about. So hearing these things as an MA student, knowing that it's not true, but not having the language or the understanding to fight it. And it's one of the reasons why for one of my classes, I did a paper on African feminism, because I'm like, no, this is not risking a C, but it was fine because I had to prove a point. So landing in Kampala, seeing Zeleza, seeing Mwambari, Amina Mama, seeing all of these individuals whose work would profoundly shape my career. So then yesterday, seeing our students and thinking that while we write all these articles and books, the real kind of test of our work is in its impact with future generations. And very few of us can say that we have birthed generations of scholars. So it was just really important for me to say that after kind of sitting there and watching them and remembering when I was at that stage in my career. So having a degree in African Studies, later on kind of really like going into hip hop studies. So the images I'm gonna share are really African Studies students at Howard who are either also studying hip hop or who have gone on to graduate and do kind of really important things in hip hop studies. So looking at hip hop studies and African studies, you have both are interdisciplinary fields that are concerned with the study of people of African descent. They've both been influenced by other disciplines. They both have different histories. So African studies, of course, began earlier, and it has these kind of roots with the Cold War, European so-called exceptionalism, whilst hip-hop studies emerged later and really kind of from an anti-racist, post-colonial Black feminist thought framework. So hip-hop studies learned quite a few lessons from other disciplines as well as from African studies and African American studies. Next slide, please. So as I'm looking at and was asked to reflect on the work of Dr. Zeleza, of course, my own work, as I said, has been influenced by his. And so kind of looking at the decolonization mandate, this idea of decolonizing African studies, which we've been talking about for a very long time. And I know with Zeleza's work, you know, he's talked a lot about the proliferation of academic institutions in Africa, the growth of African and African American studies in the West, and the call to decolonize. Understanding that the research and scholarship and the curriculum and discourse were problematic, and that there was a need to, in fact, decolonize, and that included decentering Eurocentric epistemologies, really kind of challenging this idea of European exceptionalism, viewing Africa through a Eurocentric lens or framing, but also addressing connections to racism and neo-imperialism in our research. Next slide, please. So then looking at that and then looking at later, next slide, the emergence of hip hop studies, which emerged, like I said, in the late 1990s, early 2000s, and you've got several scholars, Jeff Chang, Cheryl Keyes, Murray Foreman, Mark Anthony Neal, several people. And the image is Toni Blackman, who was a student at Howard, who went into hip hop studies more as a practitioner, but she kind of became a hip hop ambassador for the State Department, traveled throughout the continent, and and has done quite a bit. So, yeah, so we gotta, you know, keep it moving. Okay, so you have these early scholars who were heavily involved in shaping hip hop studies, which is grounded in hip hop culture and kind of being accountable to the community. So, you know, those of us who are publishing in hip hop studies understand it's not just the academy we have to appease, we also have to appease hip hop communities. Hip hop culture will call you out if you produce something or publish something that's problematic. I've seen it done a few times. And so one of the things that hip hop studies has done is really kind of deal with ethnographic fieldwork, provide like frameworks for it, kind of having more of a participatory approach to research and practitioner-led methods. James Spady, who coined the term hip-hopography, would become kind of one of the leading scholars in hip-hop studies. Next slide, please. And so looking at anti-imperialist methods in practice, these are prerequisites, not goals. So whereas when we talk about decolonizing African studies, we're often talking about goals. There are things that we're still challenging. I mean, we've seen that a couple years ago out of the Wisconsin University, person who wrote the book on, or wrote that article on Zanzibari women, which was problematic. So we're still fighting these things. Within hip hop studies, I can tell you about it later. Within hip hop studies, these are things that, in terms of doing anti-imperialist work, again, is a prerequisite for getting recognition in the field. This is not something that's a goal. So when we look at ethnography, interviews, participant observation, the ways in which we do those things are, you know, we don't just kind of see participants as subjects. Citational justice, citing African scholarship as well as non-academic knowledge, recognizing that. Consent, the whole idea of consent forms are problematic. So understanding that you form relationships in the communities that you're doing research, that it's not just bureaucracy, that you're not owed anything, that you have to create a relationship that is based on not you, the researcher, and this person, the so-called subject, kind of dismantling. So hip-hopography really dismantles that whole hierarchy between the community and the researcher, which needs to be destroyed. Next slide. And so within hip-hopography, you have this idea of ground-up epistemologies. You have this, again, horizontal researcher community dynamics. It's not a hierarchy, it's a partnership. Practitioners and the folks that you're working with are participants, and collaborators are not subjects, so even calling them subjects is problematic. Looking at so-called academic sources and giving them legitimacy, music and lyrics as valid sources and practitioner-authored chapters. So a lot of hip-hop studies scholars will co-author works with hip-hop artists. Some of the foundational work in hip-hop studies has been co-authored or includes contributions by artists. And so all of these things, when you look at kind of hip-hopography and the whole meaning behind doing research, I think it's important to kind of look, these are things that are just part of the framework of hip-hop studies. Next slide, please. So when I look at Dr. Zeleza and hip-hop studies, there is a shared vision. The decolonizing African studies, hip-hop studies very much share vision. It is a critique of Eurocentric paradigms and the imperialist roots of African studies. There is an advocacy of epistemic justice and inclusive methodologies. There is the call for promoting agency and diasporic perspectives. There is an advocacy for Pan-African intellectual solidarity. So hip-hop studies models what we envision for the field of African studies. So I did an article talking about this, and I think one of the reviewers said, well, there is that in in African studies. I'm like, yeah, but that is hip-hop studies. Like, this is a part of African studies, sure, but hip-hop studies, the foundation of it is anti-imperialist. Whereas African studies, again, this is a goal, this is something that we're trying to achieve. Next slide. So when we look at the relationship between hip-hop and African studies, the question always comes, well, hip hop is music. What does that have to do with, and especially a lot, even this conference, the culture stuff kind of comes in at this point. I know we, in a department of privilege, policy and, the international relations and all that stuff, which is very important, obviously. But when we look at hip hop studies and African studies, looking at religion, the role of religion in society, these questions around Islam and hip hop, where in Senegal, Islam and hip hop are very much connected, whereas in East Africa and Tanzania, we're still having these debates on whether or not hip hop is haram in the Islamic context. So those are things that are happening within hip hop. Democracy, I think Yenamar and Balai Citoyen were two events, and the Arab Spring in North Africa, that really helped within African studies people see the legitimacy and the relevance, because you had hip hop artists that played critical roles in all three of those movements. And so I think we saw, okay, here's this line between hip hop and elections and registering people to vote and challenging constitutional change. Feminisms, when it comes to Black feminism, definitely kind of gave rise to hip hop feminism, which criticized the respectability politics in Black feminism. We see the same thing with African hip hop women who will criticize the respectability politics that is in African feminism. But when we look at the music that these women are producing, the average young woman on the continent of Africa, is her first exposure to feminist ideas is through the music. It is not through some article I wrote. Like, she may not ever read that in her life. But she's going to hear the music of these artists that are challenging patriarchy, that are challenging ideas of who women should be, that are, kind of presenting different ideas of sexuality and gender identity. So these artists are contributing to African feminist thought. Migration, when we look at migration experiences and identities and ties to home, artists are speaking about that, whether it's artists like DJ Wadi from Senegal talking about those who are taking the boats to Europe or trying to go across the Sahara, or artists like Bliss the Ambassador talking about trying to get a visa at the US Embassy and the politics there, and coming here and realizing it is not the land of milk and honey, that, back in the day, trying to scratch off the phone cards, saying it says 90 minutes and you really only got 20, but there's nothing you can do about it. So all of these things that are expressed in the music, so we want to know, okay, what is the African immigrant experience? One source of that is through the music of these artists. Language, one of the things I think is amazing is, we have the debate on what language should you write in the debate between Chinua Achebe and Ngugi wa Thiong'o, that's happening now within hip hop. It's looks different in different countries. So whereas in Tanzania, the industry has been very much pro-Swahili. Swahili is the language, the national language, the official language. If you're an artist that doesn't perform in Swahili, you probably won't get played on the radio. Go to South Africa, you've got kind of this multilingual, space. Artists that perform in English, there's no kind of discrimination against those artists. So you're having these conversations that are happening. And so when we look at kind of the relationship between hip hop studies and African studies, there is, really good reason to, look at the lens or the methodologies used in hip hop studies. Next slide. Oh, also sorry. Okay, so that previous slide, if you didn't, thank you. So hip hop studies is a minor that was just approved at Howard, and so we are doing our third hip hop conference. One of my mandates is to really make sure, hip hop studies has gone global. I mean, I'm not the first person to write about hip hop in Africa, but I feel like for myself, it's really important that African artists, the experiences of African artists in the diaspora are represented. So we've really been trying to, get more folks who are doing international stuff. So if you're going to be here in November, we're doing the conference. We haven't sent out the call for papers, but it will be here. Okay, last slide. So the artist there is Shiraq, who is an artist. She went to Howard. She actually studied Swahili while she was at Howard. Now is a huge artist on the underground scene. She did a concert here. We took students to see her. It was really amazing. But I also wanted to show, while we're talking about decolonizing African studies and the work of Dr. Zeleza, and we're talking about hip hop studies, his work has also been impactful in hip hop studies. So these are just some of the scholars who have cited Dr. Zeleza in their work. All of them are not African studies scholars. So Travis Harris, whose article, Can It Be Bigger Than Hip Hop? From Global Hip Hop Studies to Hip Hop, is not an African studies scholar who cited the work of Dr. Zeleza. Rochelle Peck, that she's dealing with Nairobi. There were a couple others, and I may not have put them in here, beyond Christian hip hop. So that one also cites. So everything here cites Zeleza, and these are just some of the works. Of course, those of us who do work on hip hop in Africa, his work has definitely been hugely influential and has been cited, but I wanted to kind of bring that out to show the work that we're talking about in terms of decolonizing African studies. That work has also been impactful in hip hop studies, where again, that is kind of the framework of that field of study. And so when you're looking for stuff to cite, as hip hop studies emerges, you're looking to cite the scholars whose framework already kind of expresses that, including the work of Dr. Zeleza. And that's it, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you for being such an engaged and patient audience. Our final paper will be from Dr. Lepete Malete from Michigan State University, Sport, Youth Empowerment, and Sustainable Development, a Pan-African Perspective.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, while they're keying up the slides, why don't you stand up for a second? You've been sitting a lot for the whole afternoon. So just stretch your arms up, go to the side, and go to the side a little bit, and so on and so forth. Okay, while you are at it, let's actually give a round of applause. Let's give it up for the men. Let's also give it up for a giant among giants. Where's Cassandra? Let's give it up for Cassandra. All right, you can have a seat. So we are standing on the shoulders of giants. The last 2 days including today, of course, we call it. We have been hearing a lot about Paul Zeleza's work. It is incredible to really appreciate how a scholar can dedicate their time to different fields. He's a historian, an economic historian, and then he goes on to talk about, include different disciplines. So Paul, I won't disclose what Isaac and I talked about recently, or today, about what we should do in the future. I'll let him do that, but I think we need to continue this. Specifically because I would like to see physicists here. I want to see our, people in chemistry, in biochemistry and the science fields and the natural sciences and so on and so forth at a meeting like this, where we can infuse African scholarship, African paradigms into the study of science so that we know how that goes. I feel honored to be part of this group and this conference, specifically because I have been to many conferences. I've been around studying sports and exercise sciences, particularly in the area of sports psychology, which is my major. I moved from history and English, similar background as Paul from the University of Botswana, and then moved into this discipline because it intrigued me, and it has been my profession. I've been following for quite a while. But it is actually the foundation of African scholarship, the Pan-Africanist, that actually laid the basis for who I am and for many of us. And I'm thinking here about the works of Sembe and Usman, the works of Marcus Garvey and others, and also reading the works of people like Ngugi, I'll marry one I want, or Aikwe Ama, the beautiful ones are not yet born. We have to be thinking, hey, have they been born yet? I think they have been. So we need to be moving, and we need to move forward. All right, move to the next slide. So I'm going to share with you the context within which we are dealing with in the area of sports, sport and exercise science, recreational studies, and why they are very important. The importance of higher education has been mentioned in this conference and repeated quite many times during the last 2 days. We know that there's a slow prioritization of sport and exercise sciences, as well as leisure studies in higher education in Africa. For me to study this, I had to leave Botswana. And outside of South Africa, there are not many universities that are offering this kind of stuff in their schools. Nigeria has been doing well. Ghana now has a new program that I think a colleague of mine and others have been developing. And you have other universities like Cape Coast that are actually coming up. So this is an area that is neglected. But its role in terms of fostering skills development, especially of young people, social cohesion, as well as economic transformation is immense. Let's go to the next slide. I want to show something about what I'm talking about. Now, here we have the microeconomic effects of sport and recreation and leisure studies on the global economy. Look at those numbers. Now, the global sport and recreation market was projected in 2025, in 2022 to be about, what, 5 billion? 501 billion. And now it is projected in 2026 to be about 206 billion, all right? And then in those numbers, we're talking about billions of dollars, all right? Only Egypt and South Africa are mentioned. Where's the rest of Africa in this? So we need to be taking interest in these numbers. Now, if you look at the graph to the left, you're going to see that here we have, for instance, recreation, culture, and whatever. You cannot see from where you are. We have education. And then we also have another area which has to do with hotel and hospitality. Those three by themselves are especially what we are talking about, higher education, recreation, and sport management. The impact of this in the European economy alone and why nations invest in it. Let's move to the next slide. I want to also demonstrate what's going on. This is very small. You will not see from where you are. But the importance of this slide, which actually is taken, I got this from an article with reference, of course, by these two scholars. It shows global research and economic impacts of sport and leisure economy, how much research is being done. While Africa is not doing as much as it's supposed to do, even globally, there's very little going on. Here we are, we have about 50 articles that are studying the global economic impact of sport. And that should be, it should be much more serious like that. If you think about Washington, where we are sitting, Washington, D.C. alone, the number of sports teams and industries or recreation and leisure industries that are in billions of dollars. Shouldn't we be interested in this? Let's move to the next slide. So I'm actually engaging in a conversation with you and say, walk with me here to appreciate what I'm talking about. We do not understand what this is, and we are not curious enough. But I'm very grateful to Paul and Cassandra for having created a platform and a space for this in their scholarship. That's how visionary they are. Let's move to the next slide, please. All right? So, okay, are you there? I probably could just have a conversation. Right, so, again, I'm talking about the challenges and opportunities of higher education that African higher education can capitalize on. Limited institutional investment in sport policy, support, as well as the cultural perceptions and values attached to sport and sports industries and leisure studies, including opportunities for growth. This is what I'm saying, that it's going to be important to develop these interdisciplinary approaches, build on the spirit and the ideals that Paul and Cassandra and their team have actually thought about. Leveraging international partnerships and strengthening research and training and outreach. Next slide, please. So it's very, very important to think along these lines that this is a clarion call for bolder action, and that bolder action means we need to take interest in these issues. So what I'm going to demonstrate in this presentation, some of the work that we've been doing and some of the work that I've done since moving to Michigan State in 2016, to continue this level of work that I think is very important for all of us to take interest in. One, the need to capitalize on the youth demographic dividend, and to nurture creativity and innovation around sport and exercise sciences, leisure studies. Next slide, please. All right. Move to the next one. I want to move to a very important part of the presentation because of time factors. Now, here is an important thing that I think for you would be beneficial. What are we talking about? It's because we have a limited understanding of this. It's very important to understand sport and exercise science and leisure studies have a lot in common, but they are different. I tend to come from the sport and exercise science area, which may be aligned to health, physical activity, and impact on mental health and those kinds of things. But it is the interest that I would like you to look at, which is related to the broader definition of sport, that it encompasses all of those aspects that deal with the sports enterprise itself, as well as all value additions and services associated with that. Let's go to the next. I want to now explain the concept of leisure, which actually Paul and Cassandra have spent time talking about in that book chapter on leisure in urban Africa. With leisure, we're thinking about obligatory time for joy, rest, creativity, and mental well-being, which encompasses various pursuits. All right, and the concept, the way it has been developed in Western countries might be different from how Africa understands it. In Western countries, a lot of it has been done. It's not huge in terms of economic impact, but in terms of it as a subject of study, a lot has been done in this area. And you may find it in parks and recreation departments. You may find it in business departments and so on and so forth. You will not typically find it in kinesiology department where I'm based. But a lot of it, has been around. For instance, increasing individual time in leisure activities, whether it's jogging, running, or music and art. Kayla, thank you very much for your presentation because you actually touched onto that. And thank you, Prof, for your presentation as well on that because that's very important. So there's an element of commodification of this, the structure, residual time around work, and you'll find that in the definition that is provided in the book that Paul and Cassandra co-edited. But in the African context, here we're thinking about emphasis on community, informal as well as informal experiences, spirituality, interconnectedness, as well as cultural identity and resilience. And this resilience component came up in Kayla's presentation. Let's go to the next slide. Now, I'm actually referencing Paul's book because of its profound impact in an area within an African context of the study of leisure. This edited book is one of a kind because there are not so many out there, where it provides insights on the topic across the continent, but centers on the city and urban life, particularly in post-colonial Africa, where you see new mining companies coming in, industries coming in, and how they perceive leisure and leisure activities, going to play soccer or rugby or cricket, music and dance, and then with the local community or the locals not seeing a similar type of, developing a similar type of interest until later on. But we can see, for instance, with the growth of football and how football could have emanated from these introductions by these companies in, where you can say in the Copper Belt in Zambia or maybe in other places, and how that transformed, the way we view leisure and leisure studies. So again, what is interesting about this is that we're looking at ways in which interdisciplinary studies of how leisure shapes urban identity becomes very important to look at, the historical elements of it, also the epistemological ways of studying it that are very important to look at. It makes a compelling case for integrating leisure into African scholarship, especially in higher education. It also actually helps us understand ways in which this concept has devolved, has grown, and also been understood in the African context, with the idea that, as the way Paul puts it, we have to be avoiding intellectual parochialism, by looking at leisure as just one thing without even looking at economic impacts, without even looking at the impact on the individual, spirituality, health, well-being, and all of those issues. Right, let's move on to the next slide. Right, so again, I want to touch on the importance of my work and our work collaborating with different individuals, catalysts for personal growth, inclusion, mental health, building life skills and social bonds and economic opportunity for young people. This is the focus of the work that I've been building at Michigan State. Let's move on to the next slide. It has a Pan-African interdisciplinary research approach and outreach, and also looking at ways in which we can embrace many countries into this. It's very hard to actually expand the way we like to, but having the capacity to build partnership like this has been one of the most important things, and of course with the support of AAP and others. So we started with the work in Botswana, Ghana, Tanzania, Kenya, and then included Nigeria. Next slide, please. And then we, of course, with the work in Nigeria recently, or with all of these 4 countries, we have been able to do a number of projects, including the ones with COVID looking at health, using an app, a voice-related app, to collect data on COVID impact on those communities and mental health, physical activity and mental health. Next slide. All right, I want to move forward as quickly as possible. So the goals of the collaboration: youth empowerment is central to this through physical activity and leisure. Health and well-being, very important to me, and that's one of the topics I've been working on. Also the idea of engendering a shift from a deficit approach or paradigm about African development into more of a positive outlook. This is very important. Let's go to the next slide. And I want to mention that one of the things that I'm doing with this kind of work is also interfacing the work in Africa with work in communities here, underserved communities in the United States, particularly in the state of Michigan. Next slide. So now, I have an interest in sustainability. Why youth? Because we want to capitalize on the youth dividend, the power of youth, youth creativity and innovation. Let's go to the next slide. The African Alliance for Youth Sport and Entrepreneurship project actually looks at positive youth development as a tenet of focus because it's asset-based. It also focuses on optimal development experiences and involvement of young people. We're looking at skills development in sport to support individual success in situations outside of sports, which is application, the same as in leisure studies. Let's go to the next slide. This approach is one of the ways that I started the work, but I'm actually now moving and transitioning into more of an intentional exploration of African paradigms, African epistemologies to infuse in this work. Coming from the background of psychology, you see I'm going to be struggling to kind of get out of the self into something that defines me and my cultural experiences. So I can call the PYD model that I mentioned earlier as more like a kitchen sink approach of everything. That is not optimal, which is why there's need to move away from it and get into something much more rewarding and exciting. But the key thing here is harnessing the power of sport for impacting youth development outcomes. And in some of the intervention work that we have been doing and that we continue in Michigan right now, that we have done with Ghana, Tanzania, and Botswana, we infuse entrepreneurship lessons and life skills, entrepreneurship ideation for youth outcomes. Let's move to the next slide. Okay? Let's go to the next one. These are life skills that we have actually covered, and they're very important. This is an example of the impact of our intervention work in Botswana, Ghana, and Tanzania, doing a quasi-experimental design, as you want to call it. looking at pre-post. So it's an intervention that has a follow-up study in it. And you can see the impact of an intervention of being intentional about change in youth livelihoods and how that actually affects young people with entrepreneurial ideation. Let's go to the next slide. This is the work in Kenya. This was funded by USAID. I had to serve as a principal investigator working with International University, United States International University and Egerton University in Kenya, also the National Youth Bunge Association of Kenya, and other organizations that are there, county governments to co-create. And the focus of this work was on increasing youth economic opportunities, building higher education capacities, as well as also empowering or strengthening youth service systems. Let's go to the next slide. All right. The key takeaways of this work is that, one, optimal development experiences are possible with intentional approaches and the kind of philosophy that Cassandra and Paul have laid the foundation for that I would like all of us to take interest in, from history and so many other areas. Transfer of skills from sport to non-sport development outcomes, and so on and so forth. Let's go to the next slide. I don't need to spend time here because I'm not giving a keynote, all right? So this is the model that I have been propagating that I would like us to take interest in, that I feel needs to be done. And I would like the Mecca and many other historical Black colleges and universities to take interest in this. I would like the Caribbean to take interest in this. I would like Latin America. You know, we go to here, we want them to take interest in this. I want all the states in Michigan to take interest in this model. We talk about an integrated, inclusive sport and exercise science and leisure ecosystem. It is possible, all right? In this framework, key things that we are looking at is the importance of, you know, a broad spectrum of programs being developed. One, another thing that is very important from here, I think I cannot take this. So what you see here is youth sport, exercise science, and leisure studies and services. Yeah, this one, okay. All right. It looks on, it looks on. Number 3, turn it on. 3? Yeah. Very, very quickly. So we have youth sport and exercise science, leisure studies, combining everything, sport and exercise science, leisure value chains, industries, including the private sector, investment and technology, knowledge action frameworks that influence practice. And here we're thinking about Ubuntu, we're thinking about African epistemologies, you know, and so on and so forth. A quadruple helix where government, society, industry, and academia developing innovative strategies for program development, strengthening local capacities, national, regional, Pan-African, and global partnerships. And this is why I'm talking about the United States, Latin America, the diaspora. You go wherever the Black communities are, they have to see themselves in this. And then, of course, the sport and leisure across the lifespan, gender, disability, inclusive approaches to this kind of work. Let's move to the next slide. All right? So, in conclusion, what I'm saying is that there's need for a systematic research and theoretical paradigms to study sport and exercise science and leisure in African context, African knowledge culture, systems, and Africa include the diaspora. Significant investment in curriculum development and training, reimagine education through joy, connection, and culture, strong national and regional Pan-African frameworks, very important, as well as building broader stakeholder collaborations to accelerate inclusive transformation, as well as an international gender equity and social inclusion. Those are very important things that I think should happen and where the conversations must be. And I'm glad to be here because this is a journey, what I call a journey of rediscovery in scholarship. And it has to come back to the Mecca, all right? Connecting the Mecca and Africa, all right? I think this must be the last slide. I had a video that I wanted to show. It's 3 minutes, but don't worry about it. Here I'm thanking the different partners that we're working with within the African continent, including the state of Michigan, the funders, and everybody. In the video that I was going to share with you, which I had to cut short because of time, the key thing there is I'm showing a collaborative partnership, interdisciplinary collaborative partnership. It's actually transdisciplinary because we also have a community organization and a media organization. But I have colleagues from engineering with infrastructure, sensors, and I'm bringing in the sports psychology, physical activity perspective, and then we have people in business and physical exercise physiology, all combined and coming together to build a project that allowed kids to go on a camp, learn how to do coding using Python, and develop an engineering project. We walk around the city, and this is what we did. Spend time, working around the city of Gaborone. They identify specific problems, whether it's access to recreational facilities, walkways, time, and that is available, light system, and then they create a problem using an app. And I have a young group of people in that video that actually are talking about this project, showing the app. So this is what we can do, and this is what we should understand about this discipline. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ralph, and your entire team for these very inspiring presentations. So our 7 panels are going to culminate into a fireside chat that is chaired by Dr. Carol Boyce Davis, who is the chair of the English department at Howard University. And I'm going to defer to Dr. Davis to introduce her panelists.
We would like to start, if you don't mind taking your seats, we'll be happy. Good evening. Good evening. This is perhaps the easiest and the best part of the program, and I'm really pleased to have had an opportunity to listen to some of the papers. Wonderful work. My name is Carol Boyce Davies, and I'm pleased to moderate this closing session. We are fortunate in that we were able to get Dr. Zeleza to be part of the discussion. Welcome, Paul, and happy birthday. My encounters with Paul Zeleza are at least 30 years, my goodness. When I was the director of African Diaspora Studies at Florida International University, our program invited him to give a lecture on African history. So I was pleased and surprised when one day, soon after arriving at Howard last year, I saw him and Cassandra at the Howard University bookstore and realized we were fortunately going to be in the same institution. And this is something that, as you know, those of you who are positioned, as I have been, many different locations, that it's a joy when you are able to work in the same locational, institutional context with somebody whose work you admire. So I am really happy about this. As it happens, a grad student was the one who pointed me to Paul Zeleza's work, noting my work on African diaspora studies, and wanted to invite him, which we did. Since then, particularly, his famous essay, Rewriting the African Diaspora Beyond the Black Atlantic, African Affairs 2005, has been a staple in most of my graduate classes in the early theoretical portion, particularly courses such as African diaspora texts and theories. But I've been informed as well by his scholarship on African gender issues. And I want to stress for you all, in my early years as a scholar, I want particularly the women in the audience to not take this for granted. In my early years as a scholar, right here at Howard University, when we got up and actually tried to articulate anything that had to do with women, we were shouted and shut down. So it was a labor of love to encounter the work of Paul Zeleza, who in those major essays on African gender studies actually cleared a lot of the conceptual ground and space that then makes African women's history come alive in the dynamic ways that it is now used by scholars in the academy. So I want us not to ever take that for granted, that the work of clearing that ground has been fundamental to our ability to do this kind of work. So generally, for many of us then, it's a joy when we have a male colleague who is already doing that work, and that's Paul Zeleza. So his essays such as Gendering African History, that major review of major texts by white women scholars, which often left African women out, claiming they could not find scholars to write or study that material, or stayed in very limited rural areas in looking at African studies, and did not go beyond current limitations of geography, assumed US Euro transcendence on these issues, was really fundamentally part of that early Gendering African History essay that Paul wrote, that review of those 4 major texts. And then the other major text, Gender Biases in African Historiography, in the collection edited by Oyeronke Oyewumi, talks about the invisible woman, absent and few notables often, that repeat themselves in many texts. The notable absences, even in Rodney's, and I was really taken by that, Walter Rodney's classic 1982, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, in which 6 out of 312 pages were the only places where you can find any reference to women. And the question, of course, we will talk about this as we go forward, but the educational paradigm is to blame clearly in the way that a scholar as brilliant as Walter Rodney would have been oriented. And then finally, his major work as a member of the UN Research Institute for Social Development, which produced amazing gender equality report, which I found so informative in my own recent work that had to do with African women's political leadership in Africa and in the African diaspora. Still African leadership, he argues in a really lovely piece that I shared with Amina last night, with looking at Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, while it's more advanced, and I have said this in my own work, more advanced than the United States, we have to repeat that. The paradigms are more advanced than in the United States. It is more frequent than that you will find women in those major leadership positions than you will find them anywhere else. These, still he argues, there are too sporadic, too singular, and a continent, quote, he uses the phrase, ruined by men, which is language also used by several African feminist activists that I've met over the years around the continent. So we are pleased to engage his work via conversation this evening with my friend and colleague, Amina Mama, who I met via Feminist Africa initially, her work really significantly there. Amina Mama is a Nigerian-British academic. She holds a PhD in organizational psychology from the University of London's Birkbeck College and works as a transdisciplinary feminist educator, researcher, and organizer. She's currently a professor in the Department of Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies at the University of California, Davis. Mama's most influential books are Beyond the Masks, Race, Gender, and Subjectivity, Routledge, 1995, and Engendering African Social Sciences, co-edited with Fatou Sow and Aisha Imam Kodeshri in 1997. And she's just returned from a major conference on Fatou Sow in Dakar. She has 40 years of experience working with African and transnational women's movements and developing feminist studies curricula at universities in Africa, Europe, and the USA. She served as the Kwame Nkrumah Chair in African Studies, University of Ghana, Legon, 2020-2022. She served 20 years as the founding editor of the Digital Gender Studies Journal Feminist Africa and co-produced 2 documentary films, The Witches of Gambaga, 2011, and The Art of Amataidu, 2014, which I was pleased to also be interviewed for and reference Ama's work in that film, with Ghanaian filmmaker Yaba Badue. Amina continues to pursue her interest in activism through writing, collaborative action, research documentation, and film projects. And since we know we are at the end and we know there's a wonderful reception after, we are planning to keep this really tightly for 45 minutes, and we'll stop just before 6, perhaps. So I turn it over to Amina Mama to ask the first question. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and well done for keeping up with a long day. So we started at 8 this morning. It is my pleasure to be here this evening with you, and especially great pleasure to be able to have a chat, which I hope will also involve you. We don't want to just talk to ourselves. I want this to be an extended conversation. And to give you the opportunity to hear back from the man we've been talking about for the last 2 days, who's been having to listen and listen and listen, quietly sitting there listening. But we wanted to actually make sure that he did have a voice and did speak in this forum. So that's also the purpose of this fireside chat. A chance to talk to the man behind the myth, this vast, prolific legacy across disciplines, across fields. But we want to hear from you, Paul. So I'm going to start with a sort of historical question. I think I'm really interested in the intellectual history, how you lived your life and how that informed your ideas. Your career has spanned Africa, where it began, North America, both Canada and the USA, and a brief foray into the Caribbean, to the University of West Indies, very early in your career. And your formative years, of course, were in the formerly colonized parts of Southern Africa, what used to be Rhodesia and Nyasaland, now Zimbabwe and Malawi. But the question I have for someone who's traveled as far and wide as you is, what were the concerns that initially motivated you to pursue African history and to actually stay throughout your career entirely focused on the African world, the African continent and its diaspora?
Good evening. First of all, let me thank the organizers of this conference. I think all of us will agree they did a fantastic job. So let's give them a hand. And secondly, I want to thank all the presenters. Again, I'm sure you're going to agree with me that we have been given an intellectual feast of the last 2 days. Absolutely brilliant presentations. So let's give a hand to all the presenters. And of course, we have also been well fed. And I would like to thank the people who've been preparing the food and making sure that behind the scenes, everything went smoothly. So let's give them a hand. I feel very privileged this evening for this panel to be surrounded by some of the most towering intellectuals that I look up to myself. I want to remind Carol Boyce Davis that we actually first met in Illinois in 1994 at the African Studies Conference, where the late Mudimbe was also a presenter, and Michelle Mugo, who is also late, was there. And it was my first time to it was my first time to attend an academic conference in the United States at Illinois. So you and I have known each other for 31 years. And of course, I've followed her work. I've even written a blurb about her book and all that kind of stuff. So we've been intellectual comrades for a long time. And Amina and I have known each other a little longer than I've known Carol. We first met when we were fairly young people in our early 30s. Shouldn't reveal our ages now. You know mine. And I'm 70, yeah. So that was and that was in Kampala, when we were drawing up the CODESRIA, a conference on academic freedom in Africa and intellectual responsibility, that led to that famous document, which was just revised 2 weeks ago in Dar es Salaam. Unfortunately, none of the three of us were there. In Kampala, we were the Young Turks. Now in Dar es Salaam would have been the wazees, as they say in Swahili. I would like to answer Dr. Amina Mama's question in 5 ways. One, as a young kid in school, primary school, we were being taught, that's in the 60s, early 60s, we were being taught that our country had been discovered by David Livingstone. And he even named the lake, Lake Nyasa. Nyasa is Nyanja, which is lake, so it's kind of lake, which didn't make sense. And I remember as a kid saying, how could somebody discover us? Weren't our people already here? So I began to question the way we were being taught about our own past. And I think that sparked what became a serious preoccupation with not only understanding our history, but also questioning the paradigms that I used to present that history. The second factor was that in college, I majored in both English and history. Then when I finished, I was offered positions in both departments to become a future lecturer in English or a future lecturer in history. My real passion was English, writing fiction. But then I said to myself, while it's nice to work on my real passion, it means I want to stretch myself. If I have to stretch myself intellectually, then let me go to history, because I'll be forced to actually read a lot more. In literature, I'll spend time writing novels and short stories. Nothing wrong with that. So I decided to join the history department in order to stretch my own intellectual horizons. But of course, history and literature have very complex but productive intersections. They're both storytelling disciplines, but with very different protocols of producing scholarship. The other the third sort of impetus to be interested in history was I was born in Zimbabwe, what is today Zimbabwe, then it was Rhodesia. My parents were migrants. The Southern African economies are very complicatedly interconnected through settler colonialism of that region. So families like mine are quite common. People from one country brought up in another country. Then we went back to Malawi, the home country of my parents, and I became preoccupied with questions of why there was such a difference in some cases. They were both colonial, but one was a settler colonial regime, and the other one was a kind of protectorate. In fact, it used to be called the Protectorate of Nyasaland. So why different types of colonialisms by the same imperial power with different implications for the African peoples? Of course, at one level, there are very common implications, but there are also some different implications. So why was Malawi so poor and underdeveloped? Why was Southern Rhodesia so oppressive to the African majority? The fourth factor was when I went to SOAS, School of Oriental and African Studies, and the London School of Economics, University of London, the doyen of African history, Roland Oliver, who was the first British lecturer in African history, used to welcome graduate students to his office individually. So you kind of go and kiss the ring, pay homage to the chief. So I remember my first encounter with him. He says, "You're coming from Malawi?" I said, "Yes." "Has anybody written on your tribe?" And I was immediately angry. I tend to be angry in terms of scholarship. Personally, I'm not an angry person. I found that extremely offensive. First of all, my parents come from two different ethnic groups. Secondly, I claim two different countries. So for me to be reduced to one ethnic group, to make a choice, and also then I said, how come the historians from Britain, from Canada, from the United States, can roam around Africa and study whatever they like? What prevents me from studying other African countries? So there and then, I decided not to study Malawi. I decided to do my master's on the economic history of Tanzania, specifically the sisal industry, which was a major part of the colonial economy. Then I became fascinated by Tanzania's neighbor to the north, Kenya. So decided to do my PhD on Kenya. That I thought would give me a comparative understanding of East African societies. And then finally, when I came to North America to stay in a way, I came to Canada, where I'd done my PhD in 1990. You remember that time. And I began to, in 1994 to be specific, Malawi underwent a democratic transition. Now, anybody who has been in quote-unquote self-imposed political exile, self-imposed at one level, you're always living with your suitcase half full, waiting for the day change happens and you go back home. So 1994, Malawi goes into democratic elections and we have a new government after the 30-year dictatorship. In fact, that new government asked me to be a cabinet minister. And then it occurred to me, I'd actually developed a whole life in Canada. I had a family, I had So the suitcase was like, oh, maybe I need to empty that suitcase. I have a life here that I have built over the last 20-something years. And that got me thinking of myself no longer as somebody in self-imposed exile, but as a diasporan. And that also meant I began to be interested, and we'll talk later about this, into diaspora history. It meant I had to begin thinking about African history in its globality.
Thank you, thank you. Did you want to follow up on that? No, okay, yeah. I want to take you back to the moment you just mentioned when we first met and ask you what you recall from that conference that produced the Kampala Declaration on Academic Freedom, because what I recall is that it was really a landmark moment. Many of us were encountering the African social science community for the first time. I think that was your situation. It was certainly mine. So it was a bit of a mind-blowing experience to be among the Tandikas, the Mamdanis, the Achimafejes, and all the first-generation academics. But they weren't terribly receptive towards us. So I would like to prod you. I would like to push you to say a little more about what transpired at that event.
Three memories sort of survive from my experience there. One was, just the experience of encountering these giants of African thought. Samir Amin, Tandika, Mamdani, Michere Mugo, and from Kenya, Wangari Maathai, and so on. And it was like, wow, being in their presence was so empowering and ennobling. Of course, we basically listened to them talk, Yeah, so that was that part. The second part was meeting people who became my lifelong friends, including you. Bayo, Mamadou Diouf at Columbia, and many others. We were then the young Turks, to use that phrase again. And we sort of bonded with each other, and we have maintained a lifelong personal and professional network of friendship and support, which becomes extremely important. For me, it was a lifesaver, because when I was at Trent in Canada, Dixon is sitting over there, he knows, I was the only black professor in the entire university, which meant that I was being asked everything about the African world. The whole context, no, in fact, the entire 1992, about Haiti, the baby dog, Rodney King in Los Angeles, Chad, there was, so I had to respond to everything about. So it was very, very difficult to survive. I survived by mobilizing my network, which I had established at that Kampala conference. The third memory is, you remember we went to, or rather Museveni came to address us. And Museveni was supposed to be flying somewhere to West Africa. But of course, he sees himself as a kind of philosopher king, which he isn't. He ended up holding court with these towering African intellectuals for 5 hours. Yes. So we sat there listening to this man who's supposed to be telling us what to do and think and all that. So those are the 3 memories from that conference.
I can certainly share the memory of Museveni with his cowboy hat lecturing at the intellectuals. I mean, it was something he loved to do, partly because of his own history at Dar es Salaam. But we endured that. And I must say, we indulged him. First of all, he was invited to make the keynote. And second of all, that was Uganda's revolutionary moment. People were actually full of optimism about where Museveni's regime would go. But talking of regimes, I want to bring you back to what I think is one of your major works, which is the economic history of Africa, and ask you, in a sense, it's a difficult question, but since you committed to doing that work, and it was a landmark volume that is now quite a few years old. It won the 1994 NOMA Award for African Publishing. I noticed that you're currently contracted to work on the volume 2. So the question I have for you is to invite you to talk about why you've decided to do a second volume. Are you going to do it? And how has Africa's economic fate, what are the major changes that have taken place in the intervening years?
First of all, the writing of that book was accidental, which may sound a little strange. When you look at intellectual history, knowledge producing processes, there are really 4 dynamics that influence what you do. The first one is, of course, the prevailing intellectual debates. Secondly, is the institutional context, whether there are departments or fields or centers and resources dedicated to a particular form of study. The third is ideological, the kinds of broad political and ideological debates that are taking place. The fourth is individual. This is what I call the 4 I's: institutional, intellectual, ideological, and individual. All of us, in a sense, when we do scholarship, there is a strong autobiographical element in the sense that that's what fascinates us for very complicated personal reasons. The genesis of that study was one day I went to a high school in Kingston, and there was this young woman, 15, 16, and she asked me a question to say, how did Africans do their economies before colonization? My PhD was on colonial capitalism in Kenya. I had not really seriously studied in a systematic way pre-colonial. By the way, I don't like using that term. African economies in earlier centuries. And of course, being a lecturer, I fumbled my way. I don't think they could tell that I didn't know what I was talking about. But that question troubled me. And then when I went to Kenya, basically the same year, 1984, they had recruited 2 new historians, myself and somebody, a British person, who was going to teach economic history. That person was late in coming, so the chair of the department said, Paul, can you teach African economic history? I said, yes. And I intentionally focused much of that course in trying to answer that student. The pre-colonial period, or the 19th century, more specifically. And then my students at Kenyatta would say, I start all my classes, every student who has taken a class with me know, I study every field with the historiography of that field. How has knowledge, paradigms, perspectives, opinions, and so on, frameworks, methodologies, theories been created for that field? And then, of course, I did that, and the student said, Prof, you're always attacking these people. Why don't you write your own book that can get us to actually read what you think is the truth? So I said, these young people are actually right. And then mentioning Codesria again, Codesria had a fellowship in 1990 called Reflections on Development. I applied for that fellowship after teaching in Kenya for 6 years, and I got that fellowship, which allowed the people who got the fellowship to go anywhere they wanted and sit for a while to think through and write whatever topic they chose. And I decided to answer not only the Jamaican student, but my Kenyan students by working on that book.
I was going to ask, sort of related practically, the logic of having been at several different universities, both on the continent, in the Caribbean, and also in the US, of course, and Canada as well, gave you as well a whole other global framework, I think, for looking at intellectual operations at those places. Can you say a little bit about that, perhaps?
Yes. It's, somebody gave a wonderful presentation earlier on today about travel, as well as, of course, the keynote speaker, Funmi, also talked about that. There is power, intellectual power, that you can derive, not all the time, but that you can derive from travel, from occupying different intellectual, political, and economic geographies. In Britain, I was a post-colonial, an ex-colonial. I come to Canada, I was a visible minority. My Canadian friends know that. That's the terminology used for us. And we were outside the national conversation, because in Canada, it's really the three solitudes: the French, the English, and the indigenous people. Then I went to Jamaica. I was elevated to this paragon of Africa, a brother from the continent. In fact, I learned public speaking in Jamaica because I was invited to address all sorts of communities. The Rastas would invite me, the Press Society of Jamaica would invite me, Lions Club would invite me to talk about Africa, and that was the time of the cricket tour. I went to Jamaica in 1982. The cricket tour had just happened, the Rebel cricket tour. So Africa was really hot. And then the liberation movements in South Africa would come there. Because I was the only African at the university, I would bring them to my house, So I began to be forced to think of Africa as a continent, away from thinking of Africa in terms of regions and so on. And I think that was invaluable, because I then began to realize that a lot of people write books about Africa when they are talking about their village. Exactly. Or the little place they went to, and then they say Africa. So in that book, I intentionally, if you look at it, I have on every section examples, historical developments from Egypt to South Africa, from Somalia to Senegal. And that would not have happened if I had not had this experience of seeing Africa as a particular historical geography.
Right. I was going to say, though, just before we move, that you were in the middle, too, of the start of the Grenada Revolution. Yes. In that 1982 era.
Yes. I remember Maurice Bishop. He came to Mona, our campus in Jamaica, a month before he was assassinated. And Maurice Bishop was this absolutely charismatic. I mean, we were all literally eating out of his palms. The brilliance of his analysis of the Caribbean condition, the brilliance of his political agenda about the need for liberation of the Caribbean, about the need for solidarity between the Caribbean and Africa, the Caribbean and South America, about the need for global solidarity of all peoples fighting for liberation. It was amazing. And then we heard a month later he had been assassinated. And it was collective mourning on the entire campus. And unfortunately, Phyllis and Bernard Cord, who had him assassinated, were from Jamaica. And that was even more painful to deal with.
Okay. Yeah, I want to move to a different area, because one of my recollections of our earlier meeting was that there were some differences. And what I remember about you is that you stood in solidarity with Aisha Imam and myself when we raised the gender question at Codestria, which I think it had not been really raised very much before. So there was quite a lot of reaction to it. And then in the negotiations over the Kampala Declaration, there was quite a little bit of struggle over us wanting the language to become gender inclusive, which it partly did and partly didn't. The text is actually inconsistent. Sometimes it's he, his, the legal convention. Occasionally they put he, she, and occasionally it puts they. But what I remember is your solidarity and the fact that you were not afraid of feminism, which was set you apart from certainly the older generation and indeed quite a lot of the next generation, the younger generation. They have this absolute fear and tendency to refute the possibility that feminists can be African or that Africans can be feminists. And in your writing, apart from the essay that Carol mentioned, in which you do a thorough critique of the Western domination of African women's studies, African feminist studies, in another essay, the Gender Bias in African Historiography, you actually excavate all the major volumes on African history and go through them page by page, noting their extreme omission of the female half of the population and their complete inattention to gender issues. But I want to ask you, what was it in your life that made you different? Because you were clearly different from most of the men in that environment at that time, which sets you way ahead of them. It was as if you were anticipating things. But what made you different? Why weren't you afraid?
Okay, I wasn't afraid because I wasn't afraid of my mother. I loved my mother. I loved my grandmother. I come from a matrilineal society. And while colonialism destabilized a lot of practices, a lot of values associated with that kind of society, there are certain cultural elements that have survived. One of which is as simple as, how do you identify where you come from? In my family, we all the kids, we identify, we come from. When people say, where do you come from? What they mean is, where are your parents? What's their lineage? Because, I was born in Harare, so and we always mention my mother's area of origin, because that is part of the remnant of tracing descent through the female line. I've only been to my father's home district, where he originated, twice in my life. One when I was 5 years old, and the other one a year before he died in 2014. My mother's all the time. My mother's relatives are far more important in my head than my father's relatives. My mother's are the real relatives. The other ones are, pretend relatives. So I think that element must have had an impact on how I think about men and women and their relationships. So for me, it was not a leap of faith to identify and understand that African women lost tremendous amount of power with colonialism, particularly in matrilineal societies. And then, of course, I became a father with my daughter, whom I adore, and my wife, whom I adore. And if anybody knows my wife and my daughter, know that I don't get away with anything. They are people that I truly share and learn from all the time. So in other words, I grew up with tremendous respect for female members of my family, and that made that translation, the translation from that attitude, from that upbringing, into understanding the importance of gender analysis, as well as the importance of recovering the invisibilized voices, experiences, practices, ideals, visions, challenges, problems of women being important.
But taking to the political level, one of the points you make, and I found that fascinating, that you are not satisfied with the idea of the one-off president I mentioned earlier in speaking. That we are often told that, you know, if you can have one person in, that's fine, but the logic of parity still stays unaccomplished. And I was taken by the report you did. You indicated one of 9 members.
In fact, the 2 of us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and there were 2 men. This was the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development. They wanted to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Beijing conference. Yes.
Right.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So it would be amazing to speak to how do you see those accomplishments as part of a process then that was started then? What would you say about that?
I want to add, especially given that, you know, we're now 30 years forward, and although there's now, I don't think anyone would try to say that there wasn't a large body of African feminist scholarship because it's flourished and grown, yet nonetheless the majority of men still seem to be very timid when it comes to addressing gender issues. And given what you've said about your, you know, the psychology really of gender in your own case, I mean, that's true of many others. So I'm still not understanding the reticence of other men. So I wonder if you'd like to comment on that and what might be done to stop us continuing as if we're on parallel tracks and not communicating. How might you encourage our colleagues to be less reticent and more willing to do, for example, collaborative projects?
Right. I think we, the male scholars who are, you know, who believe in feminism, have to talk to our fellow men, which I try to do. We have a responsibility to do that. And that means correcting each other when we make certain sexist and misogynist type of remarks, but also analysis. We have to challenge each other for much higher levels of historical reconstruction, social understanding. Because if you ignore half the population, I mean, frankly, I mean, that's stupid. You're not going to understand anything, even about the men themselves. So I think the challenge is on, the challenge should not be put on the women. Just like the challenge of trying to get rid of racism should not be put on black people. Should be put on the ones who are practicing those things. I think there's a much larger question that we need to tackle. One of the things that has happened in the academy is, I think, the devaluation of why feminist scholarship, whether you're talking about Africa and even, you know, places like here in the United States and elsewhere, is undergoing a crisis. And part of that has to do with the institutional devaluation of the humanities and social sciences. And of course, the emphasis on STEM. I don't have to convince anybody, the data is very clear. Numbers of students graduating with history degrees is much lower today than 10, 15, 20 years ago. And you can run across, and most administrations don't really care about the humanities and social sciences. In Africa, it's even worse. I was giving a talk at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to ministers of finance and development, giving the Adebayo, Adedichi annual lecture. And I was emphasizing the importance of the humanities and social sciences. And a minister from one country said, "Professor, those are useless disciplines. In fact, anybody who wants to study that should pay higher tuition than the ones who want to do STEM." Then, of course, I defended the humanities and social sciences very vigorously, that there is no contradiction between studying physics and fashion, studying history and nuclear engineering, that people have to understand the society that they're going to work in, whatever career. It's in the liberal arts, we develop intercultural skills, intellectual curiosity skills, the international skills, thinking, all the critical things. And in fact, the humanities and social sciences are more important today than they have ever been. Because AI is going to take over all these other things. But it may not take over our capacity to relate with each other as human beings. So for me, the challenge is partly a structural challenge that we have to handle. There is also an ideological challenge that many societies, including this one here, as well as on the continent, there's been a backlash against the limited progress that was made by the women's movement. Just like we've seen a backlash against the limited advances by the civil rights movement. And then there is the intellectual decline of radical paradigms. When we were going to school and beginning our careers, radical paradigms were the in thing to do. Marxist dependency, all these post-colonial theories, which were really critical about the discursive architecture of knowledge at that time. Now, a lot of those paradigms have gone into decline. And universities have become factories of conservatism. And that feeds into and amplifies the challenges that radical paradigms, such as feminism and others, tend to face. And then finally, the costs of being backward intellectually have fallen. Because all of us respond to incentives of one type or another. If you wanted to get published, when we were starting our careers, you really had to do very radical scholarship. Because most of the journals and all that was the in thing. But now there are all these, doing that, in fact, will penalize you. So the architecture, the infrastructure of knowledge production, including publishing, reward systems, is not one that is conducive to radical scholarship. And this feeds into the anti-feminist agendas because there is, the price you're going to pay for that is rather low compared to 20, 30 years ago.
Wow. So we have like 15 minutes. So and we have two more topics I think you'd like to go with. I don't know if you want to combine them or...
Yeah, we try and combine them because I think they are kind of related. They're to do with the fact that you've become, as you said yourself, a diasporan, and you've lived in the diaspora for so many years. And this has been a major preoccupation of your engagement. One might say, and not just in terms of the volumes that he's written on the African diaspora, the global African diaspora, but also in concrete ways. And this is where we see Zeleza the activist. We were aware of the endless draining, we used to call it the brain drain of African intellectuals to the north and to the west. And you became aware of the fact that there was a whole new generation of African scholars based in the West. And I'm referring to your work with the Carnegie Corporation, where you set up the Carnegie African Diaspora Program, which was a way of returning some of the, if you like, the intellectual capital of the African diaspora to the continent. And that was a very concrete response to a structural problem, which was hugely significant. And you came up with the term brain mobility or brain circulation. So instead of it being a one-way street, but all of this speaks to your commitment to connecting the diaspora with the continent. And maintaining a vibrant connection. So you've done very practical things in that way. Yet when it comes to realizing the radical epistemological potential of contact between the diaspora and the continent, it seems to me that there's currently not enough debate between, say, the Black radical tradition here and the revolutionary Pan-Africanists on the continent, who are not really occupying the universities. A lot of them are at the fringe. Pan-Africanism is not alive and well in the neo-colonial academy. So the radical potential of mobilizing those networks and those circuits of thinkers seems to me to still have some way to go. So as leading scholars, including yourself and indeed myself, continue to find ourselves diasporas, how do you see the future transnationalization of African intellectuals being advanced, sort of following up on the Carnegie Project? What more needs to be done, and what is the potential for a global African knowledge agenda in that?
Yeah, if I can add to that, though, and what you said just sparked something else, the Black radical tradition. Where would we locate African scholars there too? Maybe if you can add that to that.
Right, right.
That'd be amazing.
So first of all, I think in terms of the Carnegie program goes back to relationships developed through Codestria. This is why the networking is important. And I want to mention one particular individual who was mentioned, who was in the video last night, and that is Tade Aina. So Tade Aina and I have been friends from the Codestria days, from 1991, when he became editor at Codestria. In fact, he's the one who published, Manufacturing African Studies. And Tade and I talk a lot. Anybody who knows Tade is a generator of ideas. And we joke that we used to have an annual date to meet at the Zimbabwe International Book Fair every year, and would spend sometimes up to 4 o'clock in the morning talking. And Tade then went to work for the Ford Foundation. And in 2002, I was in Nairobi, and we were having tea. And the Ford Foundation had brought a group of Indians of African descent called the Sidis to East Africa, Tanzania and Kenya. And then Tade said, my brother, have you thought doing a comparative analysis of the diaspora in the Indian Ocean world and the Atlantic world? That idea was planted. It took 3 years for it to ferment. And in 2005, I decided to actually pursue that. And of course, Tade had access to institutional funds, gave me a grant, not him personally, the Ford Foundation, to undertake a visit to 16 different countries around the world. That resulted in the book In Search of African Diasporas: South America, the Caribbean, Europe, Asia, and so on. And then Tade goes to work for the Carnegie Corporation of New York. And then he said, my brother, you've done that global scoping. How about trying, us to understand ourselves as academics? So he says, why don't you do a project on the African academic diaspora in North America, Canada, and the United States? So I did that. I had a research assistant. We interviewed, a lot of Africans, African-born, and then we set up, after that, the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship, program. And the ambition has been that we should expand that into what we are calling the Carnegie African Diaspora Scholars Consortium. Because the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program deals with African-born. And I remember you, my sister.
Accidentally born in the diaspora.
Yeah, I know. We had a long conversation about that. And the other one we are trying to create is to include the entire diaspora. The historic diasporas, people like my daughter who were born here. We have to think about that as a group. Now, how do we build partnerships? I think we have to do it in a number of ways. First of all, it has to be through the curriculum. The curriculum in Africa, many African countries, needs to do a couple of things, which is absolutely imperative. One, take the teaching of African history seriously. It's not the case, by the way. Two, take the teaching of global Africa seriously, which is even worse than the first one in terms of lack of. And the second is what we learned from the last panel. Media. Really looking very carefully at media platforms, because those are avenues that a lot of our people get their information, their opinions, their perspectives, and a lot of them wrong. Both the legacy media as well as the new media. So we have to take very seriously that arena. And then, again, somebody presenting today was talking about the arenas of connectivity. How do we engage each other? That research from the team from Michigan State. How do we engage each other in our educational institutions? For example, at Howard, we have students coming from all over the diaspora and the continent. What are their relationships? Because those are opportunities for serious intellectual and personal engagement. The spaces of work, the social, economic, and cultural spaces, the church, the mosque, the shrine, whatever your cup of tea is in terms of religion. Our participation in political processes. How do we engage each other? Our interpersonal relationships. How do we build those relationships and ensure they are respectful and mutually supportive and mutually beneficial? And then finally, I think is the whole question of what I call mutuality of empowerment. How do we engage on the continent and in the diaspora in ways that reinforce progressive change rather than we become a fifth column for the exploitation and oppression of our own people? When we get African Americans looking at Africa, which regimes are they supporting? When we get Africans working with regimes in the global north, which regimes are they seem to be comfortable with? We have to raise the costs of disempowerment. And raising those costs, being mindful and being mutually engaged from a respectful vantage point, and understanding each other's histories, their complexities, their contradictions, their interconnections. There is a wonderful documentary done by a Kenyan filmmaker called Africans versus African Americans. So the people who are doing that research from Michigan, if you haven't seen it, you should see it. And it talks about, it brings a group of people, Africans and African Americans, to talk about their experiences. And one thing that comes out clearly is that they really don't have much interpersonal connections. They have not visited each other's homes. They may work together. And more importantly, we are both wounded on both sides of the Atlantic. And sometimes when you are wounded people, you take it out on your nearest relative. Wounded men take it out on their wives. Wounded communities take it out on the weakest members of that community. And as we heard in that presentation also, we are all scrambling for the limited spoils of the systems that are there. And we behave like crabs in a barrel, pulling each other down instead of pulling each other, or pushing each other up. So we have to be intentional in multiple spaces, in building bridges. Not because we don't even have to like each other. You know, building solidarity is not about liking each other, but it's based on a strategic understanding that in advancing your cause, you need to build alliances with groups that have an investment for their own reasons in pushing that agenda. Now, it's even nicer if we like each other, and even better still, if we marry each other. You know, I'm married to an African American, so you can understand why I'm saying that. But that's not a prerequisite. It has to be principled solidarity, not simply the solidarity that is exploitative, that I call paternalistic solidarity.
So I would take the liberty as chair of the session to say, let's please stand and acknowledge Dr. Zeleza, Professor Zeleza, and acknowledge him for his birthday. Formidable scholarship, personality, and joy to be in your company, in your presence. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being
now,
amazing.
I think we go partay.
Somebody.
Okay, thank you. Okay, excuse me. Excuse me. All right, thank you all in this room and around the world for joining us to celebrate the 70th anniversary and the life work of Professor Zeleza. In these 2 days, we have heard inspiring presentations and discussions, insightful reflections on Professor Zeleza's scholarly work, informative testimonies on Professor Zeleza's familial and communal life, well-deserved appreciations of Professor Zeleza's leadership and contributions to the academy and beyond. Thank you all for joining us and helping celebrate Professor Zeleza's 70th birthday and showcasing key aspects of his immense contributions to the creation, curation, transmission, and implementation of knowledge. At this point, I would also like to remind us that the sponsors of this conference have been the Department of African Studies, the Center for African Studies, the Department of English, the Moreland Spingarn Research Center, the Center for Women, Gender and Global Leadership, and the Department of Political Science. And to finish, please allow me to present the organizing committee. They mandated me to not introduce them until the end so they can be, do their work. So please, when I call your name, members of the organizing committee, if you, of course, here, please rise to be recognized. One is Dr. Cassandra Vini. Dr. Vini is the director of the Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership at Howard University. Two is Dr. Chambi Chachagi. Dr. Chachagi is an assistant professor in the Department of African Studies at Howard University. 3 is Dr. Piwo Kule. I'm still struggling with his name. We call him Piwo. Nyandu. Okay, so for now, I'm gonna keep with Piwo because I don't want to butcher his name. So, Nyandu, he is the Assistant Director of the Center for African Studies at Howard University. Ms. Imani Hopkins of the Center for Women, Gender, and Global Leadership. Ms. Anya Weno of the Center for African Studies. And last but not least, Mr. Aaron Jacobs of the Moreland Spingarn Research Center here at Howard University. So now we will be heading to the Center for African Studies for the reception. And since we are all going together, there is no need to give you the address, so we will go together. Thank you very much.